All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to our afternoon session of today's council meeting. It's August 18th, 2026. We're going to call the meeting to order, and I will pass it to Clementine to do roll call and share announcements with the public.
Councilmember Barber,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Rash,
Here.
and Councilmember Smith,
Here.
and Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And my browser decided to restart itself. Public comment and participation information is provided on this meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. Consistent with the First Amendment and the Brown Act, individuals have the right to speak at public meetings, which includes the right to criticize or support city policies or actions. The city encourages your uninhibited and robust feedback on public issues affecting the city, and we thank you for participating.
Thanks, Clementine. With that, we're going to roll right into general public comments. So this is for items that are not on today's agenda. It's for non-agendized items. If you have general public comments, this is the opportunity to do so. How our public comment period works is we identify those that want to speak during public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. Once we identify those folks, we then cut it off, and only those folks will be able to speak. So everybody has an opportunity to speak during public comment, but you have to identify yourself at the beginning of the public comment period. So I'll start with folks on Zoom. If you want to start navigating your way to the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for general public comment, non-agendized items? All right, I'm not seeing any takers, so I will go back to folks on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom. I'm not going to question it. All right, moving on to consent agenda. There's been no items requested to be pulled. Council, is there a desire to pull anything from consent?
No.
Please, sir.
I'd like just a brief report on item 3, because I think that'll be of an interest for the neighborhood.
Okay. Any other items requested to be pulled? All right, not seeing any, so we'll go ahead and pull 3. We'll now open it up for public comment on the consent agenda. So with the exception of 3, we're going to pull that and discuss that separately. So for folks on Zoom, you can navigate your way to the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on anything on consent or wish to pull anything from consent? All right, I'm not seeing any takers. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody on Zoom. I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Motion to approve the consent agendas, items 4 through 8.
Second?
Is it 1, 2, 4 through 8?
Right.
Yeah, minus
2?
3.
Yeah. 1, 2.
1, 2, 4 through 8. All right. And who seconded it?
I did.
All right. So it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes unanimously. And with that, we'll move to item 3, which is to amend resolution 98-168, a traffic resolution to add stop control on Pine Hill Way at Skyline Drive, add stop control on Upper Ragsdale Drive and Lower Ragsdale Drive at Wilson Road, remove stop control on Ragsdale Drive at Lower Ragsdale Drive, and add yield control on Ragsdale Drive at Lower Ragsdale Drive. Woo! Wow. Yeah. All right. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff introduction.
Thank you. Now we'll have our Public Works Department provide this report.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. So this item is here before you as an amendment to the traffic resolution. So the traffic resolution is a living document that holds a list of all the stop control exceptions to parking requirements, everything that's outlined in our city code where it asks when we adopt something, it needs to be adopted by resolution. So the traffic resolution is just where that lives. So in this specific instance, we had a project that came before you earlier this year for the citywide curb ramps phase 6, I believe. And so as part of that project, when we were evaluating the project, we took a look at the traffic control as we were doing the striping plans for this project. We identified 2 of these locations during that process as where we could potentially make a change to improve operations and safety at the intersection. Now, the third item, so very luckily in parallel, Montage reached out to our staff and identified this as a location where they had some concerns. We worked with them. They submitted a study, which you can see as the attachment 2 of this agenda report, in order to support the change in operation at the intersection from a side street stop control to an all-way stop control. And so luckily it happened in combination and in the same timeline as this project. So we were able to very easily fit this change in when we do that construction project.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. I'll pass it to Councilmember Smith for any follow-up questions to that.
Yeah, just, I wanted to clarify on Skyline and Pine Hill. So currently, what is the traffic regulation at that intersection?
So there's no control. So that is an option, is no intersection control. And so when we identified, we saw the opportunity to do a minor street stop control, just to more clearly established right away at the intersection.
Okay, and it'll be a stop for Pine Hill coming out?
Yes, there's no stop on Skyline.
Okay, great. That's the only questions I had.
All right. Any other questions from the council? All right. Seeing none, thank you again for the presentation. Open up for public comment for folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. Meanwhile, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right. I'm seeing none. So I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nobody on Zoom. We'll bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Motion to amend the resolution 98-168.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move to our public hearing items for the afternoon. Item 9 is 5 Lower Ragsdale Drive, deny appeal and uphold decision of Planning Commission to deny one roof sign. Applicant Stephen Lyon, owner Salinas Valley Memorial Healthcare System Industrial Administration and Research District. It's a IR 150D2ES zone, employment general plan, land use designation. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff introduction.
Thank you, Mayor. And we'll have Levi Hill, our planning manager, to provide this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. All. It'll actually be Senior Associate Planner Matthew Bugger who's going to be
Sorry.
presenting.
Hold on 1 second. Is there an issue? Do you want to, I'm happy to defer.
Yeah. Okay, just one quick second of introductions, yeah. So this is a public hearing, it's an appeal of a land use decision, and so if the city council could disclose if they've had any ex parte communications with anyone on this topic, that's not going to come before this board at this time. It just ensures fairness in the process.
Anybody on the council?
No ex parte?
Nope.
I will say that staff from Salinas Valley Memorial had reached out to me, but I responded back identifying that it was best for me not to engage in discussion with them. So,
Okay, perfect, thanks.
thanks, Chrissy, for that.
Thank you. And yeah, I want to introduce Senior Associate Planner Matthew Bugger, who will be presenting this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Matthew Buggert, and I'm a Senior Associate Planner with the city's Planning Division. This afternoon, we're here to talk about an appeal associated with a sign permit at 5 Lower Ragsdale Drive at today's City Council meeting. The site is in the eastern portion of our city in the Ryan Ranch area. The general plan designation is employment, and the zoning is IR 150 D2ES. That is our industrial area of the city with a design and emergency shelter overlay. The site currently has existing signage along the driveway, which is in the lower right image. The proposal is for a one roof sign that would go on top of the building. The dimensions of it would be 27 by 131 feet for a total of 3,537 square feet, which represents approximately 5.5% of the total roof area. The sign would be non-reflective matte material and non-illuminated with no uplighting. The general location of the sign in relation to the flight path of the Monterey Regional Airport is shown in this image. There is a white line trying to point to it. The city has a collection of citywide sign guidelines, and this sign was considered a roof sign, and 5 out of 6 of the potential guidelines were found to not really be consistent. For instance, the first one is that roof signs in general, the guidelines note that they are generally discouraged. They are to be used when the character of the area supports the use, and in this case, roof signs in the city are rare, and there are none in the vicinity in Ryan Ranch. The size maximum from the guidelines is 50 square feet, and this sign is slightly larger at the 3,537 square feet. The location of roof signs are intended to face public entrances. In this case, it faces upwards. And based on the size of the building, there could be a potential for 515 square feet of signage. In this case, this proposed sign exceeds that number. At the April 28th, 2026 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission considered the item and denied the application at a 6-0 vote. The commission included skepticism regarding the sign visibility, that it wouldn't be visible from the street or from the air. They also noted the inconsistencies with the sign guidelines, like I just summarized, and concern that the decision may set precedent for other similar signs in the area. There are 3 findings required for approval for a sign in the city, and 2 of those findings were not found to be met at the Planning Commission, and I'm going to talk about those on the following slides. Finding 1 is that the proposal would achieve the purposes and objectives of the sign ordinance, and there were 2 specific portions of the sign ordinance that could not be met. The first one associated with the purpose, and that signs are primarily used as a means of identification and communication, and that...
Matthew, could you hold there for just a second till the jet passes?
Sure.
Speaking of a sign that's advertising to
Speaking of airplanes.
planes. Yeah.
So they are meant to identify and communicate information, and the sign ordinance is intended to provide equality and equity among sign owners. So in the case of approving one sign, that it wouldn't necessarily be unfair to other sign owners. The second item that the Planning Commission could not find consistency with was the objectives, and part of the objectives state that the primary purpose of signs is to identify an entity from an adjacent street frontage, and that any additional sign area of a sign that goes beyond the sign guidelines is subject to additional scrutiny and or denial, which is why it was reviewed through the Planning Commission and is before you today. Planning Commission determined that this finding could not be made. The sign would serve as advertisement rather than identification, and as proposed, the signage would be extraneous. Finding 2 is that the proposal must be found consistent with the sign guidelines, or the Planning Commission has determined that the sign would better achieve the purpose and objectives. So in this case, this is the mechanism for signs that don't really fit in the box of the sign guidelines, a square peg in a round hole, for them to be allowed flexibility. Like I went over before, there are a few inconsistencies. It exceeds the allowed signage by over 3,000 square feet. It exceeds the 50 square foot maximum, and that roof signs are generally discouraged. Planning Commission determined that this finding could not be made either. Today's appeal, the applicant appealed the Planning Commission's denial in August, requesting that City Council reconsider Planning Commission's denial of a proposed logo installation on the flat roof of a medical office building meant to raise awareness of the location's existence for the public welfare. City Code, Section 38-211, says that City Council can affirm, reverse, or modify that action, that denial, and It's noted within the section that the city council is tasked with finding whether, in its opinion, error was made by the planning commission. So the recommendation from city staff is that the city council adopt the resolution to deny the appeal and uphold planning commission's denial of the sign permit application for the installation of one roof sign at 5 Lower Ragsdale Drive. That concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for any questions, and the applicant is also here.
Awesome. Why don't we go to the applicant, and I'll ask council to hold questions until after both presentations have been given. I clocked 7 minutes for that presentation, so I think it's fair to give the applicant equal amount of time. So why don't we go ahead and set the timer for 7 minutes, and then we'll allow them to give their presentation. Thanks for being with us today.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm Brad McCoy. I'm the Vice President for Salinas Valley Health of Construction, Real Estate, and Facilities. And I have with me here Tiffany DiTullio, and she's our Vice President of Community and Partner Relations. And before we kind of get into the what it is part, I wanted to turn it over to Tiffany to talk about why we're trying to do this and, you know, what we think it means to the community and just why we're doing it in the first place. So with that, let me start with Tiffany.
Thanks, Brad. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. I did want to share with you just a little overview about Salinas Valley Health and the area in which that we serve. And so there is a map that's included in the PowerPoint presentation that shows that while our primary space is located in Salinas, we actually serve throughout Monterey and Santa Cruz counties. And one of those large areas that we serve is in the Ryan Ranch, Monterey area. We're here to request a waiver for the current exterior sign permit code for the rooftop signage associated with our Ryan Ranch location. Our goal is simple: to ensure that residents, visitors, and travelers can easily identify and understand where they can access healthcare. This is not about signage, it's about visibility, access, community health, and ensuring people can find the care that they need when they need it. The Ryan Ranch location brings together a range of multi-specialty outpatient services and providers. And the exterior rooftop signage would allow us to clearly communicate that these services are available in the community and can help residents and visitors understand where they can access care. This is also in alignment with our collaborative community health needs assessment that was done with all of the healthcare partners and the United Way in Monterey County. As a nonprofit healthcare system, we have a responsibility not only to provide healthcare, but also to help address the health needs in our area. The #1 health needs assessment in Monterey County is access to healthcare. Ryan Ranch is a highly visible location that serves more than the immediate surrounding neighborhood. It's seen by Monterey County residents, travelers, visitors to the community, and patients and families that come throughout the region. Appropriate exterior rooftop signage provides an opportunity to engage and inform people who may not otherwise know that these healthcare services are available. Visibility helps people know where they can go to get care. As a nonprofit healthcare system, our relationship with the community extends well beyond the walls of our medical facilities. We invest in community health, we partner with the local organizations, support community initiatives, and work to improve the health outcomes throughout Monterey County. Appropriate signage at Ryan Ranch reinforces that community presence. It helps establish clear, recognizable points of connection between our organization and the people that we serve. It also communicates that healthcare is a resource that is accessible, located, and invested in Monterey County. And I did include up here a few of the service lines and things that are available there. But I also wanted to show, we also currently partner with the Monterey County Airport. We do advertising with them to make sure that visitors, when they come into the area, know where they can access care. So our presence in Monterey County is significant. We additionally provide all of our services and healthcare access throughout Monterey County through our community outreach programs. I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Brad.
Yeah, and just to kind of conclude our presentation, what you see here is an actual illustration if you're flying into the airport of what the sign looks like. So context is really important when you're airborne. I know the sign that we're proposing sounds large, plus or minus 3,000 square feet, but it's on a 64,000 square foot building top. So if we were held to, you know, a 515 or 50 square foot signage, you'd see that on the right illustration, and it would be no bigger than, you know, just a piece of equipment sitting on the roof, so it wouldn't be seen. And not to repeat, you know, what was in staff's report, but we just looked at this and said we don't believe that the signage ordinance really contemplates this sort of sign. Our roof is flat top, it sits behind parapet wall, so you can't see it from the street. You can see it from one and only one place, and that's coming in overhead. And we would just point out that we did initially run it by the airport authority, who was supportive of the sign. I think, one other item I wanted to point out is there is, some precedence that when it serves the greater good of the public, signs do exceed and can exceed the ordinance. And this is a great example. You see the red box would show what 50 square feet looks like on a sign. And this is a great example where the larger sign is well warranted to help locational identity to what's happening at this location. So just in closing, we respectfully ask the city council to approve the requested waiver and allow appropriate exterior rooftop signage that will help us better connect our services with the community we serve. Thank you for your consideration and your partnership in improving access to healthcare in our community.
Awesome. Thank you both for the presentation. Are there questions from the council for either the applicant or staff? Please.
From staff.
Okay. Does anybody have questions for the applicant while they're there? Okay. All right. You all can take a seat for a second, and then we'll call you back up here in a second after public comment.
Yeah, thank you. Matthew, as I understand it in your presentation, the request is for a 3,537 square foot roof sign visible only from the air, not visible from the street, the ground. Is that your impression, that the sign would not be visible?
Yes, that is correct, unless you're in like a hang glider or
Yeah, unless you're
a
up.
tall mountaintop, sure.
Yeah, unless you're up atop or you're in a plane or you're on a mountaintop. Okay. You indicate, and the facts show, that the current ordinance limits it to 50 square feet. Is that correct?
For a single roof sign, that is the citywide sign guidelines, yes.
Okay. And then there's some references to an alternative of 515 square feet
Correct.
of a sign. So could you explain the differences here? 50 is under one condition and 515 as an alternative would be a different condition.
Yes. So the maximum sign area for a building is usually calculated based on the linear building frontage. So if your building frontage is 100 feet long, for this zone district, it's 1/2 square foot for each linear foot of building frontage. So if it's 100 feet long, they would be allowed 50 square feet of signage that would be divided between wall signs, fin signs, street signs. All signage proposed for the building would have to fit in that 50 square feet. For this building, it's approximately 1,030 feet of total building frontage. So we were just saying, even if you allowed the total maximum of building frontage on this property, cut it in half, that's 515 square feet that of signage that could be allowed, divided between a roof sign, a wall sign, a freestanding sign at the front, any number of different signs could all add up to 515 square feet. But any individual sign would have a maximum of 50 square feet.
Okay. And are there other applications for the same property for signs that are entryway, on the walls, on the driveway? Has that been processed, and what's the square footage of those other signs?
There is indeed approved signage, those two that were mentioned in the presentation at the beginning of their driveway, and those have been previously permitted and approved for the site.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand if the limitation would be based on the square footage, and you're saying the total that could be as an alternative, that's if we were to consider all four of the sides of the building?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
So how would you get to 515 square feet if 50 is the limit?
You could have multiple 50 square foot signs.
No, no.
I think the question is, what are you counting as the frontage
Right.
in order to come up with the figure?
Yeah, how do you get to 515 as an alternate?
So I think if I understand your question, you're noting in the consistency table, there's two different limitations, the 50 square feet and the 550. So the 50 is for a single sign. So 515 would be the total signage allowed for the site based on that building lineal footage. So for this site, that's 515, all signs combined, with no single sign exceeding the 50 square feet.
Okay, got it. So in other words, if they had other signs that were 115 square feet,
Which they do, as Matthew pointed out, they have two existing freestanding signs, so that 515 is the total. You would typically remove those existing signs to develop what would be remaining.
right, so the remaining would be 400, 375, 350, or whatever.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I have right now.
So kind of staying in that same vein. So currently, my understanding is there are two freestanding signs that are there. Is that the only signage that is on the property or around the property?
That is correct.
Okay, so there are no other directional signs or advertisement signs or anything that's around or near the property?
For identifying the business, no, there is some parking lot directional.
Okay, but for identifying a business, just those two?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm not sure whether you have any information on the Lighthouse Cannery Road signage that was placed on the side of the building. It's not on the top of the building. Do you have any approximation of when that would have been implemented?
I don't have information on those signs or the architectural review permits that may be associated with signs across the city that sometimes exceed 50 square feet.
Okay. Levi, would you have any idea?
So I don't know the exact date of those approvals. As Matthew mentioned, it's not uncommon for the Planning Commission to approve signage that exceeds those hard guidelines, those numerical limitations like the 50 square feet, when they find that it better achieves the purposes or the objectives of the sign ordinance. So we see, for instance, the Cannery Row garage signage is larger. It's a large structure. The Planning Commission or the ARC at that point made a determination that while it exceeds those limitations, it better achieves the purpose of identifying the parking garage for those who are using the parking garage. In this case, the Planning Commission looked at that same bar and found that no matter how large this sign is, it's not going to actually achieve the purposes of identifying the business from a street frontage.
Okay.
Because it's simply not visible.
Okay, so basically it's visible for at the entrance of, that's one of the, I think, consistencies that was compared as far as from the entrance.
Correct. It's
Okay.
on a public entranceway.
All right, thank you. Sure. That's all.
Any questions on this side?
Matthew, is it easy to bring up the very last slide of the proponent, the arguments for? It went by pretty quickly for me. Of the proponents, of the appellants. I think it was the very last one. Okay. How about the one right before that? Thank you.
Is there another slide before this?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Gene, was this the one you wanted to see?
Yes, I think it was, yeah.
Anything else from you, Gene?
No.
Could you leave it up there one more second?
Did you want to ask another question?
No, I just wanted to finish reading it.
Okay, all right. Well, while you're taking a look at that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So for folks on Zoom, you can navigate your way to the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item?
Okay, now,
All right, I see one taker. Anybody else? You can come on up. I'll call on you in 1 second here. So we'll cut it off to the one in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alrighty. And are you sure you want to make a public comment outside of your, because you'll have an opportunity to make additional comments after public comment as the applicant. You're good? Okay. All right, well, with that, I'm sorry, we didn't have anybody. Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment, and offer you an opportunity to step back up and make a closing statement here.
Thank you. I would just like to reiterate that when you look at the policy, and at least from what the interpretation is, from a reasonable interpretation, that guideline with restriction to size is specific to visible from the street. So that kind of a parameter is established so that, a 500 square foot building doesn't have a huge sign on the outside that's visible from the street. The differentiator here is that this is a rooftop sign that is not visible from the street. So I would ask that you take that into consideration when evaluating the request.
Awesome.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. All righty. With that, we are going to bring it to the council for motion and deliberation. Who would like to take us off? Please, Councilmember Rash.
Well, I love that you want us to know about your healthcare delivery system, and I learned a lot, and you get an A for creativity. But I totally believe that we should not encourage rooftop signs, and I would not want to set a precedent by making an exception. I do think they're extraneous advertising, and it doesn't help with identifying the building. I studied this. I can't find error on the part of the Planning Commission, so I would uphold the staff's recommendation.
Is that a motion?
Sure. I will make a motion that we deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Barber, do you want to jump in at this point since you seconded the motion?
Yeah, I just really concur with my colleague as far as talking about the inconsistencies that is showing, and that it is, again, showing more advertisement, more so than identification. And it's, I don't think for what it's even trying to achieve, according to the applicant, that for it to be more, I think it was awareness. I think the awareness could come from even more signs that are even down below, or even directional, or even more promotional pieces and marketing pieces, as opposed to the sign that would be, as you even said, not even visible to people who are coming around. Because I think a lot of times if you're coming into the area through an airport, I mean, some may be coming specifically for medical attention, but a lot of people are not coming for that. But if they need it, they're not going to find extra awareness from the air. They're going to find extra awareness from either promotional, more promotional vehicles, such as social media or other signs or other places. So I think more marketing and PR needs to be done there, but I don't think this would be inconsistent with our ordinance.
Anybody else want to jump in? Please.
Yeah, I think I'm also in agreement here in that I appreciate the intent, and I appreciate the effort to share the message of the healthcare system. But I think our planning commission took a look at this, and I can see the effort there of trying to figure out if it does apply to our ordinance, and it seems like it at multiple levels it just doesn't. Does the ordinance require maybe a little bit more clear language? Perhaps, but at this point, as it stands, yeah, I think I'm gonna also support the denial of the appeal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's kind of a classic case of if nobody's in the woods and the tree falls, does anybody hear it? Does anybody see this? Because unless you're in a plane, you're not going to see it. However, our standard is that we have to look and see, did the planning commission err, and did they appropriately apply our ordinances to the sign ordinance? And I think they did. I think they got it right, and I have to support it. To me, it looks like there's an alternative, and maybe not as large as the applicant was looking for, but if it's a rooftop, to me, the actual branding is the lines and the logo. And to me, that could be incorporated and redesigned and maybe be in the 250 to 300 square feet area with something other than the complete spelling out of Salinas Valley Health. It could be something modified with the logo that you're trying to use that sounds like if it was applied with such a large building, that maybe there is square footage that could be allowed for a modification, but not 3,500 square feet. To me, that is too large. I'm sympathetic, and I agree. Councilmember Rash got it right, is that it does appear to be pretty creative, but it just doesn't fit within our ordinance. And I think our planning commission properly weighed the considerations and the content of our ordinance and appropriately applied the ordinance. So I have to concur with it. I can't find any way to make another alternative other than what's already been presented by city staff.
Okay. And just to close this out here, I disagree that it's too large. I don't have a problem with the size. I think it's just a matter of if it's appropriate or not. And I think I agree with my colleagues that it's a slippery slope. I think if there was a space for us to establish a policy that specifically outlines standards as it relates to rooftop signs, I think it would be more palatable. This is consistent with the decision that I made as it relates to an appeal that we did a few years back, where there was a property that had a fence that was higher than the standard right next to the exit of Highway 1. Although the council supported the appeal in that instance, I did not support it because it was outside of the standard. And if we wanted to update the standard in order to make it consistent, then I would be willing to support that. And it made sense why I understand why the council made the decision at the time to do that, but I'm all about making sure that we set the standard and make sure that it's fair and equitable to everybody. And if somebody else were to come to us, I want to make sure that that's consistent. So for that reason, I will also support the denial. So with that, we'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Apologies for the sad news for you all today, but appreciate you all making the effort. And hopefully we can find other opportunities to partner. So with that, we're going to move on to item 10, which is amend the Del Monte Center SC plan and approve application ARP 260068 and ART 260107 for changes to the landscaping, outdoor amenities, and lighting. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff introduction.
Thank you, and I'll pass it to Fernanda from Planning to provide the report.
Thank you, Dante. Hello, City Council. Okay, got it. All right. Welcome to the Del Monte Center, a shopping mall designed and constructed in the 1960s on approximately 46 acres of land. This site is zoned with a shopping center planned commercial overlay. This zoning overlay gave the original developers the flexibility to master plan the shopping center as a single architectural unit. This is the only site in the entire city with this overlay, which is the reason you may not be familiar with it. The original shopping center plan was created in 1963 and amended multiple times thereafter to allow for its expansion. The application in front of you today is for an amendment to this plan. The applicant is proposing a landscape and outdoor amenity improvement program to existing outdoor common areas, pedestrian corridors, planters, and landscape areas throughout the property. The city code requires that amendments to the shopping center plan be reviewed by the Planning Commission and City Council. This is the reason you are reviewing this today. And that's an overview of the proposed improvement program. The areas that are in green surrounding the buildings in the periphery would receive additional plantings, and the areas that are in color in the middle pedestrian corridor would receive additional amenities. So the principal improvements include refreshed pedestrian gathering areas, new seating and movable furniture, new and relocated pottery, landscape infill, and enhanced planters. A new play area, dog relief areas with artificial turf and waste bags, landscape lighting, and hanging lights in select areas. This is one example of the landscape package from your exhibit that shows just a refreshed fountain area. The fountain would be staying, but it would be resurfaced and cleaned up. And this is just to show that most of the improvements are to existing areas. There would be no new impervious surfaces. The furniture would be movable. It would include umbrellas, benches, tables, chairs, etc. And these are all included in packet pages 103 to 228. And this is another example of one of the proposed improvements, a new play area for children with a rubberized play surface and natural wood elements such as an upside down tree, a tree tunnel, tree stumps, and a horizontal tree trunk, surrounded by enhanced landscaping. The proposed project also includes the replacement of 18 trees, and these are all located in the interior pedestrian corridor, and they're shown in red. These trees are severely manicured and have been pruned over the years, and the applicant would like to return the area to a more natural wooded look. So these 18 trees that are proposed to be removed are not natives to the area, but they would be replaced with species like the coast live oak, Monterey pine, and other trees adaptable to the area, such as Arbutus marina. These 18 trees would be replaced with 72 trees for a replacement ratio of 4:1. However, as I showed you earlier, the entire area would receive additional tree plantings for a grand total of 205 trees. So adding all of those up results in an 11:1 replacement ratio. The city forester reviewed the landscaping plan, the tree list, and the shrub list in front of you and found them appropriate for the site. As mentioned earlier, the Planning Commission and City Council are required to review the shopping center plan amendments. On July 14th, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending that the City Council approve the applicant's request as conditioned, as shown in the attached resolution. I'm available for questions, and the applicant is online and has a presentation available.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation, Fernanda. Opening up to the council for questions.
No questions.
Please.
Sure. Is there any artificial turf that's not the canine product?
Not for the canines? Oh, okay. So most of the artificial turf areas are on the southern part, immediately south of the southern line of buildings, and they are identified as dog relief areas, but I'll let the applicant speak more about other areas because the plan is to replace any live turf with artificial turf to reduce water usage. So, but the applicant has an answer prepared.
Why don't we finish asking staff questions and then we can go back to that.
Okay, you want me to keep going? Okay. So I do want to know what products the artificial turf are. When I read it and I watched the Planning Commission, my understanding from the literature is that it's all canine by Forever Lawn. So I want to know, is that accurate, or is that only the dog area? Is there artificial turf that's not canine by Forever Lawn? I'd like that addressed. And then I understand the the desire to save water, although we've had it for 60 plus years. And right now we have a lot of ability to do subsurface cisterns retaining all the water that we're getting in our atmospheric river pour downs. And it seems to me that it would be manageable to retrieve all that water and keep a more living environment. So I would like the applicant to please address that a little bit more. And is that doable? And I have questions then about the infrastructure of the playground. And my understanding is that the Spectrapore is in the plans, and that's a styrene butadiene rubber, and that has some chemicals that are of concern for our groundwater, our marine sanctuary. And are there alternatives to that? I know I was talking with the director of Parks and Recs, and she thought maybe on a general discussion, cork is coming into vogue, and some products that might be less toxic over time to our environment. So if the landscape people would talk about alternatives to that SBR product that has some environmental concerns, I would really appreciate that.
Okay, and just to clarify, the shopping center, this isn't an appeal like the last item, so they won't get a separate presentation, but they will have the opportunity to speak during public comment. So I'm just announcing this to the applicant now that if they want to prepare their remarks around some of the questions that are coming up from council, then just offer them to do so. And I've just to capture maybe a recap of what I heard you say, Councilman Barash, artificial turf, the water capture, and then the concerns around the playground material. Okay.
The crumb rubber.
Yep. Okay.
Thank
Are there any other questions from the council at this time? All right. So seeing none, thank you again for the presentation. We'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right. I'm seeing none. So I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm sorry. Yes.
So they are expecting to do a presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're online. Yeah. And that's okay.
Why don't we have the applicant hold off? Let's do public comment and then we'll come back and do their presentation. So let me do a countdown for everybody else other than the applicant that it's on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody else on Zoom. So let's go ahead and just navigate our way over to the applicant.
So I've just promoted the applicants to a panelist, so they should be able to unmute and share slides if they would like to.
Can you hear me? This is Mike with Lifescapes.
Yep, Mike. And then similarly, I'm just trying to make sure that we're tracking for the rest of our agenda. If we can try to keep the presentation to about 7 minutes, if that seems reasonable for you.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. Take it away, sir.
Yeah, let me give you just a quick overall vision, and then then if it's appropriate, I can address some of those questions.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Well, thank you for the time.
Sorry,
My name
real
is Mike
quick, is there a
Myers.
way
I'm
that you can full screen your slide there?
Is that better?
Slightly. Yeah, let's go with it. We'll do what we can do.
Okay. All right. My name is Mike Myers. I'm a principal partner here and the lead designer for the project. Our overall goal was with this landscape refresh was to kind of keep the design integrity and, kind of the community expectation, but just give it a refresh, a more natural look, and, kind of create a garden destination for the community and for shoppers. So what we did is we kind of broke the area, focusing more on the internal core, into several different areas. So, users would have kind of different experiences. Like Fernandez said, we were proposing some of the existing trees that have been neglected over time be replaced with more natural native material, and the planters that they're in be treated in a more natural but still lush manner. We are proposing to remove the living turf throughout the project in an effort really to maximize the water savings. We've focused the artificial turf, the K9 Forever Lawn, to really these outlying areas. And really removed it from the internal core. We are looking to really just kind of create and continue to create a vibrant community center where people can go in a garden setting, spend more time, enjoy the facilities, and create really a destination. Like Fernanda showed, this is a section going through the fountain area, you know, using or keeping the existing trees, refreshing the existing fountain with the dancing dolphin and seal. And then creating, moving the existing play area down by the theater more towards the central core. And this would be sort of a unique play experience where it's more based on creative, explorative play. And yes, this would, we're proposing that it would, just to meet the safety standards for equipment. Here's some renderings looking at that play area and kind of a general idea of what the planting and landscape areas would look like. The existing areas right now have bands of turf and boxwood hedges. The plant palette kind of, we feel, captures a mixture of evergreen and deciduous material. A lot of stuff that works very well in the area and that sort of sings to the climate. Likewise, with the shrubs and understory planting, kind of focusing on creating a texture, a tapestry of colors and textures. Even in some of the areas along the south, creating a butterfly garden, a pollinator garden, and also sort of a dry weather succulent garden. The trees Fernanda talked about, you know, 11 to 1 is really, we think, a very good ratio. And here you can kind of see some of the trees that are existing, how they're misshaped and just have been neglected over time. Kind of showing some of the areas that have the existing turf within the central core. These are the areas that would be, you know, this area here, here, and here is where we would be using the artificial turf. Inside this main core, we would not be using any artificial or real turf. We're looking to use the Forever Long Fusion Prism or the K9, which is, you know, it's an all nylon construction. With the prism, it would be, because we like the porosity of it and also the durability, that was why it was our recommendation. Although one thing we could explore would be doing a lawn substitute, which would still require supplemental water. The question was brought up about, you know, cisterns or underground irrigation, which sometimes is a challenge with lawns, real turf or turf substitutes, just to get the distribution of water effectively over it. So unfortunately, overhead spray tends to be the best way to keep these products alive over time. but, we could explore that. I think.
And Mike, can I just jump in here as well? My name is Justin Leininger. I'm the development manager with Federal Realty as well. And I wanted to touch on the council member's question a little bit further here in terms of the product itself, Mike. So again, you noted Fusion Prism is what we are proposing to use here. And as Mike noted, it is a nylon product, and it's a little bit different than sort of the lower grade polyurethane products typically used in a lot of cheaper turf products as well, with a 3-layer backing as well. Our intent is to use, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, a sand-only infill.
Correct.
And I think that's a little bit different than kind of your tire crumb infill that is used in other places. And typically that is most commonly associated with kind of the chemical leaching concerns in a lot of these applications. Again, I think Mike covered it. The majority of what we wanted to do here was replace the natural turf with this synthetic turf, not only to save on irrigation, but also, a lot of these areas are high foot traffic. And when you have high foot traffic, typically you need to have more water, fertilizer, pesticides to support that amount of traffic on actual turf. So, I think at the end of the day, we're not saying that it's not impact. It is a plastic product, but, we have maintenance plans in place so that we can, typically monitor the duration and degradation of this product over time and make sure we replace it in an appropriate manner, as well as kind of, making sure that we do our best to reduce our water usage on site. So when you include sort of the increased fertilizer and pesticides that we might need, we thought this was a good product to go with.
Right. And along with, of course, the maintenance required with the real turf, with mowing and removing cuttings, et cetera.
And additionally, I wanted to touch on the play area really quick. And apologies, council member, I don't have the exact the exact type of product and the chemical type that it is, but I know generally speaking, because it's a play area, the poured in place rubber provides, it's a little bit more of a safety factor than anything. And Mike, you can speak to that as well. But I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, the reason for the rubber is to meet the requirement for the fall safety. So somebody climbing, because these are climbable objects, that if a child were to climb up and fall, the rubber would be resilient enough to meet the requirements.
And I believe there was the question around the water capture as well.
We don't have any, nor is there any existing water capture methods. We are going to be utilizing state-of-the-art irrigation for all the planters, and that would be using a combination of drip or subsurface irrigation. Our goal in this project, as it's designed now, is to eliminate the overhead spray, which really is, one of the biggest ways of inefficient watering. So we do have, going through a lot of these planters, in the middle of the planters, I do have a cobble, call it a swale. So any water that falls within the planter, that would be directed towards this swale to collect it and then distribute it slowly over time to that planter. But aside from those changes throughout the planters, we do not have a cistern or recollection method, or we haven't found a real efficient way of reusing rainwater for irrigation.
Okay. All right. So I'll pass it back to you, Councilmember Rashid, since you asked those questions. So if you want to kick us off or ask additional questions, feel free to do so.
Sure. What about the idea of the cork underbedding instead of the SBR crumb rubber product? Did you discover any options that would be less toxic?
Now, I'm not aware of any cork products that would have the durability as the rubber, unfortunately. With the constant traffic and wear, the cork, I would be very worried that it would degrade much quicker. And it would require some sort of binder to hold that all together and still be resilient enough to have the fall protection. But that could warrant some further exploration.
Well, in my research, it says, although data is limited, studies suggest it's TPE and EPDM infills have lower levels than the crumb rubber. And did you run into those options or that data?
We did not.
Okay.
This product was selected because honestly, over time, the durability and reliability of it to meet the requirements for fall and safety, and also be a viable alternative for an owner. This was the most efficient surface.
Mm-hmm.
Agree, council member. You noted with limited data, I think we would be slightly hesitant to employ something that's meant for fall protection for children with something with limited data. But, you know, obviously we're open to explore it as we go through design of the project.
Did you have anything else at this time? All right, opening up to the rest of the council for motion and deliberation.
I move that we approve the recommendation from planning and zoning.
Second with a comment.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Please, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Your overall plan looks great. I'm looking at one of the things that highlights, which is more native trees and plantings. Good luck keeping the deer out of there at night. Also, the removal of over 2,000 square feet of existing concrete in, getting it back to a natural wooded, comfortable habitat. I'm excited about that. So congratulations on the design and the company's investment to our one and only large shopping center. It's exciting to see this morph into something that will be an attraction for people to come and feel like they're actually right in the middle of their forest in their neighborhood. So it's a good looking plan. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you.
Awesome. Any other comments? Please.
Sure. It's Jean again. I love that you did the Arbutus marina trees. It's a great choice, and I thank you for investing in the community. To the degree that you could keep my ideas in mind, I think this location is unique. It's surrounded by Don Davy Park, which is going to be a perpetual open space, deeded property. It's surrounded by the old Capitol, 128 acres, which is forever deeded open space as well. It's a unique location that, to the degree that you could keep it natural, and I so agree with Councilmember Smith about removing some of the concrete. If you can keep it as natural as possible, look for products that will not be toxic to our precious aquifers and our marine sanctuary. This is maybe a different location than you might be used to, and if you would handle it with kid gloves, that would be very appreciated. I know when I talk about nature and relaxing, I want it as natural as possible. I don't enjoy artificial turf and artificial products. So you might just keep that in mind about the population that is down here and the values that that have grown around this marine sanctuary and everything that we treasure. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you.
A question for staff, is there flexibility in them, if we approve this as is today, in changing some of the material that's being used to kind of be consistent with the concerns that were expressed by Councilman Barash? Or would we need to include that in the motion?
In the conditions, I believe there is one of the conditions says that minor modifications can be approved at the staff level.
Okay,
So we could easily
Chalk that up.
exchange it for a similar or more environmentally friendly material.
awesome, awesome. Well, thank you for that. I echo the comments that my colleagues shared. Thank you for doing business here in the city of Monterey and helping to beautify a pretty central space, not just for Monterey residents, but for visitors, both far and nearby. Folks across the peninsula, across the region use Del Monte Shopping Center. So to see it get a little bit of a zhuzh is something exciting to see. So thank you for the work that you put into this.
Hey, Mayor, can I make one more comment?
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
2 seconds.
Yeah, real quick, the Arbutus Marina that Gene Rash mentioned, well known as the strawberry tree. I have one in my front yard, and for some reason, the deer love the first 2 feet of it. So trim the bottom part so you can keep the deer from attacking the fruit. But they love the bottom 2 feet for the fruit. And I live pretty close to where you are, so my deer are going to be your deer.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
All righty.
Ruined from 2 feet down, understood.
Yeah.
All righty. With that, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Best of luck with the work from that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All righty. With that, we will move to our public appearance item for the afternoon, which is item 11, receive presentation on upcoming winter storm ready town hall. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. And our Assistant City Manager is going to lead this presentation, but it's timely because we've gotten a number of requests from the public asking them to remind them about our emergency processes and procedures. We know that El Nino is fastly approaching, and we'll want to be ready. And so Nat has done some work, and I'd like him to explain the next town hall meeting for safety, stormwater safety.
Thank you, Dante, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We, as many of you know, over the past several years, during the winter months especially, we've experienced these heavy rains and windstorms, and we saw this last winter, both in December and in January. In past years, we've had these atmospheric rivers that have brought wind gusts over 60, 70 miles per hour. Back in March 2023, as I mentioned in the agenda report, we had a several-week period where there were a total of 151 downed trees and 82 road closures, mudslides, over 450 fire department calls for service just that 1 3-week period alone. And it continues to be a cause for concern, especially as it relates to electricity reliability. So we heard from members of the community, as Dante mentioned, but also from all of you who recently talked about the need for outreach and engagement on the topic of winter storm preparedness. Back in 2025, in February, we held the Wildfire Ready Town Hall meeting, and that brought over 500 residents to the Monterey Conference Center. We spent time talking about wildfire preparedness. We had a panel of experts, and we plan to do something similar on September 30th at the Conference Center. At this event, the focus will be on winter storm preparedness. It's not only education on what we're doing as a city and how we respond to the winter storms, but also the role of residents and how they can prepare for the winter storms. As we know, this season we're going to have what's called a very strong El Nino. Our friends at the National Weather Service they make it very clear, don't call it a super El Nino because that's not a scientific term. It's a very strong El Nino. And that very strong El Nino will bring rainfall, likely heavy rainfall, erosion, and also localized flooding. And with the unusually warm waters, it will also cause sea level rise and swells along our coastline. So we plan to have a town hall meeting from 6 to 7:30 p.m. on the 30th. of September. We'll have, I'll be moderating the event. We'll have a introduction from Dante as our city manager. We'll provide an overview of the EOC operations, have a presentation from Andrea Rennie, our Public Works Director, as well as Tice Norton, our Parks Operations Manager, and a presentation from our Fire Chief as well to talk about the role of fire, the role of police, the role of the Community Emergency Response Team. What we're also looking forward to is hearing from the National Weather Service. So they've agreed to be part of the panel, which is exciting. And their Science and Operations Officer for the Monterey office, which covers Northern California, most of Northern California, Lamont Bain, he'll be on the panel. And then we'll hear from PG&E. So we're actually dedicating more time for National Weather Service and PG&E because a lot of folks have questions about the electricity reliability. What does it mean when PG&E comes up and presents the ETOR, they call it, the estimated time of restoration when there's an outage? So Jeremy Howard, who's the regional manager for our region here on the Central Coast for PG&E, he'll be there and talk about preparedness, coordination, and the restoration process. They've made a number of upgrades PG&E has with regard to the substations, both the one in Del Monte Grove neighborhood as well as the one next to the sports center, and that will help improve reliability. But we all know that with downed trees, that affects power lines and getting power back up and running in our community. We'll also have a presentation briefly from the Monterey County Department of Emergency Management. And so Laura Emmons, who's the Emergency Preparedness Manager, Emergency Services Manager for the county, she'll present also on various topics that include alerting and evacuations and how residents and businesses can be prepared this winter season. And then also we'll, of course, share how folks can sign up and stay updated by the City of Monterey. We have information about the Storm Ready Town Hall on our website at monterey.gov/Storm Center, which is the URL that we always use to direct people to learn the most updated information on what happens during a winter storm. And we're looking forward to having the conversation and sharing that information with the public. There's already been a lot of interest, and looking forward to having folks attend from the community. This will be recorded, and so folks who can't attend can also watch and learn online. And we're going to keep this to those 90 minutes. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation, Nat. Opening up to the council for questions.
Yeah, did you say if it'll be here or the conference?
It'll be at the conference center. So we'll be upstairs in the Steinbeck Ballroom. The rest of the facility will be occupied with other activities, but we've got the Steinbeck that can hold several hundred.
And what's the time schedule?
It's from 6 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you, Nat. Just wanted to check. I recall an item that comes up during winter storms is folks trying to figure out when the power goes out, for example, where can I go to charge my phone, or if it's multiple days, where can I go take a shower, that kind of thing. I'm just curious if there's a plan in place that then gets activated when these events happen, or is it something that is kind of decided on when these events happen? If you could just share.
There are various triggers. What we do is when there's a large winter storm event, any type of storm event, we typically activate our emergency operations center. And at that time, with the intelligence and planning that we hear from PG&E, we identify, is this power outage, as an example, going to be only a few hours, or is this going to last into the night? What are the impacts? Depending on the day of the week, whether it's a weekend, we'll begin to activate what we call the Community Resilience Center, or the CRC. It's a common term, where folks can go and charge their phones, and other devices. We often provide a refrigeration also for those who have medical needs and prescriptions that need refrigeration. And so we have the Monterey Public Library as a site, as well as El Estero Park Center. And in the past, we've also activated our CRCs at Hilltop Park Center and also Schultze Park Center, and also, of course, Casanova Oak Knoll. So those are all sites that we have identified. Depending on the resources that we have, we of course bring in staff from library and recreation to help bring those CRCs in place. And we've got charging stations and others. In past years, when we've had multi-day outages, we opened them up until 5 or 6 o'clock at night, and then also work with PG&E. In the past, they've actually brought shipments of flashlights, blankets, and other types of needs, and then we do a blast to the entire community, let folks know, stop by El Estero, pick up your blankets and other resources for the multi-day events.
Thank you, and that's where I was headed with the question. During the town hall, there'll be an opportunity to share this information with the public in terms of the day of an event. This is how you could find out where you can go and that kind of information?
That's right, absolutely. We'll share that information and share a little bit, not too much detail, but behind the scenes of how do we, when we activate the EOC, what happens. This is really a true testament to collaboration and how the city works together throughout all departments, from the public works team in the streets to the police department, fire department, our parks team with all the trees and library. Everyone really does come together very effectively to respond to events like these and other emergencies like tsunamis, fires, and what have you.
I would just offer that it may be helpful to have something in place that's kind of a policy that we follow. And not to say that we have to stay so rigid to it, but at least it kind of is a guiding star to kind of help us use lessons learned, so that if it's 2 or 3 days, what is that trigger that allows us to open the sports center for people to take shot? I think it was a good question, because these have been experiences that we've dealt with in the past. And instead of having to think about how to make all those decisions in the moment, if we just use that past experience, it might make it easier to facilitate that experience for our residents. Dr. Barber, and then I'll go to Councilmember Rash.
First of all, kudos to you and the staff for doing this and the timeliness of this. But one of the questions I'm hoping that you will address during this workshop is elderly and evacuation. I've had a lot of questions from some elderly members of the community about them being having a lot of anxiety about evacuations and the mobility. Some people have neighbors that kind of help them and look out, but a lot of them do not have neighbors that are looking out. So the mobility, or the immobility of some of not only elderly, but other people, but specifically the elderly and evacuation, I'd like to hear them talk about a little bit more during the workshop.
Will do. Thank you.
And a great tag on to Dr. Barber. What I'm hearing from the community is evacuation concerns, certainly for storm, but we always have fire on our mind, it seems, around the clock. And integration with our military campuses, how they would be able to open up campus roads, Fort Ord, how we could really have more exiting going on, and a bit of an overview as to how that happens. Who says what? What does the fire chief do? What does the police chief do? What do the military installations do? Who's coordinating it? Just for a bit of an overview, even more than an overview. People are really anxious about this, and that's what they're asking me for. So.
Yeah, I think my colleagues have said it all. I think there's a lot of opportunity, and I missed the tail beginning while I stepped in the back, but I think this is a really big opportunity to really help individuals find out how they can help themselves and be prepared for it, as opposed to the actions that the city takes, which I think should be and is a part of it as well. But I think the biggest thing that I hear from folks when there is a power outage from the impacts of these storms is, well, if the power's out, I don't have an ability, like, and my phone's dead, I don't have an ability to get connected. I know that there's these resources here, but if they're not the people that are paying attention that are going to hear about the town hall, right? How do we get that information out there to folks? I'll throw out another piece too, which is Carmel Cares. And I think that I'm announcing this now so that folks that are paying attention to the meeting step up and offer their support in this area. But also I would ask staff to share this during the town hall as well. Carmel has done really great work. They have Carmel Cares. It's a nonprofit group that they've formed this together, and it's kind of exactly what you're offering as part of this town hall. They host this event in Carmel on a regular basis, and they pull together the same stakeholders. I've been to one of their events, and it's spectacular. The amount of information that they share as it relates to just general preparedness, but also the specificity around what does the outlook and the forecast look like going into the winter storm season, just so that you can be as well informed as possible, was more than I would get in probably any other venue. So it was really nice for community members to be able to organize, bring those different stakeholders together and help provide that information to the community. And I'm offering this as an opportunity for folks that are residents in Monterey to help organize around this, to be a partner with the city of Monterey. As everybody realizes, we're a little bit strapped, in any way that we can get support and help and collaborative effort from folks in the community that want to help in this area. I think it may alleviate staff here a little bit to focus on some of the other pressing matters that exist. We're still going to do it. It's great. I appreciate staff taking the time. I just offer that as an opportunity for folks to step up and have a leadership opportunity within the city. So, alrighty. With that, we will go to public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody on, anybody in person, we have one taker. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, why don't you come on up? And then while you're making your way up, we have just the one in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start it with our caller in person.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lee Whitney from the Glenwood neighborhood. You can't predict, but you can prepare. The wildfire town hall meeting we had was absolutely fabulous. It was the best. And I'm sure this next Storm Ready is going to be just like that. They're still talking about how great the wildfire thing was. Okay, here's the situation with getting Storm Ready. I am the president of a nonprofit which is involved in emergency preparedness, and it's called CERV, C-E-R-V. The biggest situation we face is, yeah, here's a list of what you need for your shelter-in-place bag, or here's a list of what you need with your kids and stuff, and the food and the can openers. But people don't do it. They take the list, and I've seen it happen again and again. And that's our biggest obstacle, is getting these people prepared, having their shelter-in-place bag prepared. The last thing I want to be is evacuated, depending on the circumstance, because I'll be stuck in a parking lot on Highway 1. We already experienced the fun traffic during Car Week, everybody. By the way, Chief, great job. So, prepare for this like your life depends on it, because it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. All right, with that, we'll go to our caller on Zoom.
Esther, you can go ahead.
Yes, thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy to see that we're going to do something that's informative. I think it's really important for us to get ahead of this. There's been a lot of national media coverage on this coming El Nino.
Caller on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Keep going.
Esther, you can go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yes, thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy.
Do you have your
TV on?
I don't have anything. No, I don't have anything else on. It's okay. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to say thanks. And I know how important it is to prepare. I've lived through hurricanes in Florida, so I'm glad to see that we're getting ahead of this. Thank you.
Thanks, Esther. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for discussion. Any last minute comments before we close this one up? Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, Nat, I'm sure you've got CERT that'll be, part of the operation on September 30th. And thank you, Lee, for also highlighting. Mayor, you called out for any help, and I want to highlight that SERVE is the nonprofit foundation that can raise money, and donations that can come in can go to SERVE, that then turns around and helps our community emergency response team. And by the way, CERT Monterey is what helps train Carmel. And I'm so glad that all of the peninsulas have chapters of CERT. So we just need to continue to build that, continue the awareness, and also drive home what Lee said was the preparedness before the emergency happens, to have the mentality that folks don't procrastinate and wait until the water is at their front door. So the education piece is phenomenally important. And thank you, CERT and SERVE. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Well said. Anybody else? I think that was a great way of wrapping us up, and look at that, we're done before 5:30. We're going to go ahead and take public comment on closed session agenda items. Item 12 is public employee performance evaluation, city attorney. Item 13 is conference at labor negotiators pursuant to government code section 54957 tax 6, unrepresented employee, city attorney. Item 7, CS 14 is public employee performance evaluation, city manager. CS 15 is closed session conference with real property negotiators regarding 6 Fisherman's Flat Suite C. Open it up for public comment on those closed session agenda items. For folks on Zoom, you can navigate your way to the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, or any of these items? All right, seeing none in the chamber, I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom. With that, we're gonna go ahead and adjourn to closed session. We'll start promptly at 7 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. get started here. Welcome everybody to our evening session of today's council meeting. It is August 18th, 2026. I'm going to go ahead and reconvene the council meeting here. And I'm going to ask Councilmember Garcia to kick us off with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gino. And with that, we're going to do a continuation of general public comments. So this is an opportunity for folks to speak on non-agendized items. So if you want to say something to the council for something. This is an opportunity to speak to the council for non-agendized items. So if you have something that's not on today's agenda that you would like to share with the council and the public, this is your opportunity to do so. How the public comment period works is we identify public commenters at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, only those folks will be able to speak. So you have to identify yourself at the beginning. If you try to identify yourself after the cutoff, unfortunately, you won't be able to speak. Everybody has an opportunity to do so, but you have to do it before the cutoff. So I'm going to start with folks on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, you can navigate your way to the raise hand function. While they're navigating their way there, I will check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for general public comments, I'm just going to ask that you sit up to the left of the podium. Unless you want to remain seated, and I'll ask for hands here in a second. So we have 5 takers. Anybody else that's still seating that would like to speak for general public comment? All right, so we're going to cut it off to the 5. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom. We're going to go ahead and leave it to 2 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Ma'am, if you'd like to step up to the mic there, you can jump on in.
Hi, everyone. I met Mayor Tyler Williamson yesterday and Mr. Hall, and I had 3 problems in 10 days. I came here for 10 days for the classic car races. My ex-husband was born and raised in Pacific Grove, and we were married in 76, and we lived 2 years, 76, 77. And then again in 84, 86, we had a professional IMSA race team out of Salinas, and so local guy. But he was born and raised, he's 83, and I'm 75. But Friday night, just on the street, 2 tickets to the Sotheby's auction, somebody had extra. And it was a young fellow that came from Arizona. I helped him find a room because they canceled his room on him. And so I helped him on Facebook, Monterey Car Week, get a room. And so he flew here to Orange County, picked up a Porsche and drove all the way up here. It took him 10 hours because there was a fire and the grapevine was closed. And so I've had all these long things happen. Well, Friday night, he went straight there, didn't let me know he was going there. And so he called like 5:30, ready to start at 6 o'clock. The auction had started. And so he called, so I had to get in the shower. I wanted to get there as much as I could. I had these flip-flops on, jeans, because I'm a racer. I have everything. This is all I had. Anyway, so I parked right, the one handicapped. I could have been in the pink gift building at the wharf. And so I parked up there, and it's fairly dark, but the cobblestone streets, I have neuropathy. I'm 75, and I have injuries from years, born and raised on a dairy, being pushed off a horse and that. But with these, they're really good grip. And I just barely caught it coming. I face planted. I got this big old thing. It was twice as big. I mean, you saw it yesterday. It was all, the scab. It finally came off last night. It was twice as big, but I hit. And so anyway, I talked to it, but the fireman came. I took care of it.
But the buzzard going off is the end of your time, unfortunately.
Okay, just 1 minute.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. If I give you more time, I have to give everybody else more time too. So I have to keep it consistent. That's the end of your public comment. I apologize.
Just 1 minute about the
ma'am.
tire. No, last night I told you my tire was flat. My tire was flat. I now have 2 tires with nails.
Ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's.
I came all the way from Fresno.
I understand, but your opportunity for public comment is over. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I'm gonna ask the next person to come up and give their public comment.
Didn't want to confuse it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, too.
Apologies for that, ma'am. I just want to make sure that we're treating everybody fairly.
Oh, no, I have to meet friends for dinner.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ian Santa Cruz. I'm the local F-166 Presidio Firefighters Union president. I just wanted to let you guys know that there has been negotiations between the Army Garrison Commander and the city of Monterey to contract out firefighting services. They're using a lack of staffing as a justification to shut down the Presidio Fire Station, Station 2. And they're going to use that lack of staffing once they shut down the station. There was a proposed memorandum to have the city of Monterey cover for fire services. That's in violation of Title 10, USC Code 2465, which prohibits the contracting of fire services on federal installations. Also, USC Code 2679 forbids intergovernmental support agreements. So even in lieu of money, they're going to probably try to use some equipment or services. That is also illegal. And so we wanted to let you guys know that the IFF plans on fighting that. And we've already entered into general counsel. And I believe that you guys got the memorandum from the general counsel for the IFF to stop this from moving forward.
Awesome. Thank you for your efforts.
Yeah, thanks.
Hello, Council. Phil Bazuska here, President of the City of Monterey Firefighters, Local 3707. Just want to express solidarity with our brothers and sisters of Presidio of Monterey, F-166. We'll always respond to service when needed, but MFFA has no interest in taking over DLA fire service or reducing the fire engines available in Monterey by removing the federal engine from the DLI. We understand this decision is far above our level, but we appreciate your consideration. I'd like to take a moment to recognize our members, your Monterey firefighters, who have been battling wildfires across the western U.S. We have one fire engine that was sent to the 370,000-acre Roe Creek Complex wildfire in the state of Oregon, and they're currently battling the Grasshopper Fire in the Mount Hood National Forest. Another engine company was sent to Southern California, but returned to the area to fight the timber fire in Big Sur. These strike team assignments can last up to 21 days. That's 3 weeks away from our families, but also 3 weeks that the rest of our members have to pick up extra shifts at the stations here at home. It's a team effort every summer, and we are proud to help the state as well as maintain full staffing for our local community. Given our current state of affairs, I know you might be considering the impacts to overtime and the city budget. I'm happy to share that these deployments and the overtime backfill at home are all reimbursed by the state of California. The city has even paid a 16% admin fee above and beyond the personnel hours and vehicle reimbursement. So your firefighters are not only battling wildfires, but also providing revenue for the city. Thanks.
Okay, hello. My name is Jing Wu. I'm a Monterey resident, runner, healthcare and public health professional, and GIS consultant. On July 30th, 2026, I was struck by an e-biker going too quickly on an e-bike while running on the paved path in front of Santa Catalina School. The rider left the scene after I asked her name, resulting in a police investigation and ongoing medical treatment for a knee injury that has prevented me from running and participating in many of the activities that I define in my lifestyle. The e-biker was identified by a photo and I was able to take. And she's an Army Staff Sergeant who responded to the police interview that she left the scene because she was weirded out and didn't think I was hurt, even though she was in the midst of pulling out a wipe to help me with the blood that was dripping from my elbow. So all that to say, while working through the reporting process, I was told the incident could not be processed as a hit and run because the path was not classified appropriately within the city's GIS data. In other words, even though I was clearly hit, and I was hurt, and the e-biker left and even stated on record in a police report that a technicality about a not up-to-date city GIS and unclear path labeling that it could not be processed as a hit and run. So my ask is actually pretty straightforward. It's that I would like the City of Monterey and local stakeholders to join in a Monterey Safe Streets Coalition to meet within the next several weeks because I have a proposal to help update the city GIS to ensure that victims of of collisions can receive systemic support and justice on public grounds. I am aware that there was a Vision Zero report that was adopted in 2025. I think now it just has to be taken into action. And I even chatted with Dante on Friday that my specialty, I'm able to help save money on like data systems, and that could be an opportunity for funding. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Jing. We're glad that you're here in the flesh. Wishing you a speedy recovery.
Hi, Council. So I hope everyone had a safe car week. My name is Gabriel Kramer, and I think I'm the only resident who actually enjoys car week. While I do understand its criticisms, and it has many, I hope the city continues to see its benefit. We really do have something unique here. We're known as the crown jewel event of the motorsports world, and we're on the upper classes world calendar alongside automotive event giants like Monaco, Vegas F1, and SEMA. And the world's top 1% are almost guaranteed to at least stop here, if not stay. So why are we not acting like it? Why are we not price gouging them as much as possible? They'll pay for it anyway. If you give them $100 million car pass for parking for the week, they'll pay it. Somebody spent $40 million on the worst car in the world, and they paid for it because it went to a nondescript charity. So some ideas in my final minute here. One, we need an official app. The event scheduling is really disorganized. We should utilize automated congestion pricing for tax revenue. Downtown, currently there's nothing to do after Sotheby's is finished. And then further along that, Alvarado shouldn't even be open during car week. On Friday night, it got shut down and it accidentally fixed the entire problem of congestion downtown. Within Monterey, we have the capacity for more free events, and Pacific Grove absolutely has us beat on that. I have a set of ideas regarding the Presidio, including a Goodwood hill climb style event down Corporal Ewing Road, and we can charge at least $1,000 per run for that, and we should also utilize that as parking. And then we should lean into the younger crowd, as they're the ones who are spending money on food, drinks, and sales. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
All right, first caller is area code 831, last three digits, 902.
Good evening, this is Nina Beatty. MPUSD is considering what to do with surplus properties due to declining enrollment. Children's safety and staff safety must be the most important criteria. The former Monte Vista Elementary School on Soledad Drive is a safe school. MPUSD has closed it while leaving other schools open that are toxic sites, including Marshall and Delray Woods Elementary Schools. Last year, when Chardwell School applied to expand its campus on the former Fort Ord to the Seaside Planning Commission, they found out about a 2022 Army report that a large PFAS dump existed next to the school, which is also near and uphill from Marshall Elementary on Normandy Road. The website militarypoisons.org investigates contamination from military bases and reported on this. I hope the city will advocate for moving children from Marshall to safer schools like Monte Vista. Another investigation just reported in militarypoisons.org has found a cancer cluster at CSUMB that appears to be connected to the Promontory student housing, leukemia, lymphoma, breast cancer, and ovarian cancer. That location is near a very toxic Fort Ord site. Councilmember Barber, were you told when you were hired that you would be working on a national priorities list Superfund site with contamination from PFAS? To military personnel, they were already warning of toxins. This contamination affects everyone in this community, and investigations are ongoing about the extent with long-term health consequences for many. This is the legacy of the military in Monterey County, and it's very appalling. Thank you.
Sorry for the feedback. Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Our next hand raised is Mr. James B. Johnson with IAFF. You're welcome to speak.
Thank you very much for your time. It's James Johnson. I'm a district vice president for the International Association of Firefighters. I represent federal firefighters in 32 states across the country and the territory of Guam. I'll try to be short. I think my attorneys sent council and the mayor a letter today via email regarding, I think what Ian Cruz addressed earlier when he was speaking, the possibility of the city entering into an agreement with the Army garrison for fire protection services. And as I'm sure if you've read the letter, federal law prohibits the garrison from using funds for the purpose of entering into a contract for the performance of firefighting or security functions at military installations or facilities. And, all that's laid out in the correspondence that you received today from our attorneys. And I hope you give that consideration as you go through this process. I realize that there's also Public Law 108, I think 136, that provides permanent authority for the garrison to purchase community services from government agencies located in Monterey County. However, that law does not provide authority to the garrison to purchase firefighting or security guard services. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that and give that letter from our council due consideration as you go through this process. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that concludes public comment. There is one hand raised, but it was after the cutoff period.
Awesome. All right, thank you, Nat.
Thanks.
All right, with that, we will look at announcements from closed session, please. I believe that's you, Nat. Sorry, you're
That is me.
multitasking
Yep,
over
no,
there. I
just
apologize.
Playing a couple different roles today. So we did have a few closed session items. Item CS12, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, City Attorney, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. And there is no reportable action taken. On item CS13, Conference with Labor Negotiator, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, unrepresented employees, City Attorney, Agency Negotiator Shalene Bennett, and no reportable action taken. Item CS14 was a public employee performance evaluation regarding city manager pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. Also, no reportable action taken. Item CS15 was closed session conference with real property negotiators, and that was regarding 6 Fisherman's Wharf, Suite C. Agency negotiators were Kimberly Cole and Janet Aldretti, with the negotiating parties Salvatore Tedesco. And regarding the price and terms of payment for assignment of lease and lease extension, and on a unanimous roll call vote, confidential direction was given to legal counsel.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Nat. All right, with that, we'll roll right into our public appearance item for the evening. 16 is to receive presentation on the roadmap to resilience, 6 concurrent navigation points to strengthen the city of Monterey's financial future. With that, I'll pass it to Dante for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we're going to talk a little bit about our roadmap to resilience, which is our plan to tackle our structural deficit and get Monterey on a stable financial path. So tonight, we're going to ask council just to receive the update on the process so that we can start moving forward with community engagement and the long-term planning of the plan. There's a lot of information in the agenda packet for you, and I'll briefly give an overview of some of the major elements, and we'll be happy to answer questions. I have my team here along with my finance director here as well to answer some questions. So one of the first navigation points on this roadmap is really understanding the fiscal gap. And again, it's really about creating this shared understanding that everybody's operating under the same list of facts, same numbers essentially, so that we can together work on how we work our way out of the structural deficit and really secure our financial stability. And also, it's important that people understand the drivers of what caused it so we can look specifically at those things to see if we can correct them for the future or shore them up. I do want to say that the city has a balanced budget for this fiscal year that ends in June 30, 2027. And I've reiterated that a number of times at public meetings and engagement and formally. There is a lot of angst over that, but I want to just reiterate that we have a balanced budget. The offset was funded by one-time money, and we'll discuss that a little bit more next. But the focus now is really on next year and 5 years and beyond. That's what we're trying to solve for. It's not this year of 26, 27 that we're trying to solve for. We have a structural deficit, and a structural deficit happens obviously when the costs are higher than the revenues year after year. And it means the budget doesn't naturally balance by itself, even under normal circumstances. And the gap keeps returning year after year. That's what we're trying to solve for, essentially. And so let's go to our next slide. We have a couple of slides that we're going to be talking through, but some of the reasons for our rising costs are identified in the staff report, and they've just risen, and some of them we don't have a lot of control over. Since 2020, we've had about a 30%, everybody's experienced this, and the city is no different. The inflation has increased since 2020 by 30%. So without any other drivers, we're dealing with that. On top of that, insurance premiums have increased by 260%. We're paying now over $3 million in just general liability insurance. Workers' comp has increased by 38%. Utilities have increased by almost 80%. And so even if we kept everything the same, we kept our expenditures the same, there are these specific categories that are really pushing up the cost significantly. We wanted to clear up some of the misconceptions that we've heard as I'm going out and talking and meeting with people, even during some of the town halls that we had when I first came to talk a little bit about sales tax. We kept getting the why does the city need taxes and fees? Why can't the taxes that I pay essentially just solve the gap? And it's a little bit nuanced for cities. We have limited ways of generating revenue. In some areas, we can only generate revenue to pay for the cost that we encumber. And I'm sorry, my computer is. Let me just do something really quick. That we encumber. And so what that slide is showing essentially is that even if we did nothing, and I'm sorry, my computer is really acting up here. Let's do this. We will go to a manual. Always be prepared, right, Chrissy?
Yeah, the slide is back up.
Okay, all right. Okay, so yeah, it's my computer that's having a bug. We'll go ahead and we'll fix that. But let me just continue. Yeah, if you can. So I'll just continue as we're moving forward. So we're hearing from residents, why can't taxes cover? And we just cannot, we have limited ways, like I said, taxes and fees and other kind of ventures, revenue generating ventures are really the only ways that we have to generate money. Thank you, appreciate it. Teamwork makes the dream work. Next slide, please. We also get, residents who say the same things, that my taxes should really be enough to pay for city services. And so just as a reminder, the city only gets about 6% of property tax, 6% per dollar of property taxes. What you're looking at here is what we get on the left-hand side and what a typical city would get in terms of how taxes and revenue is distributed. one of the most stable sources for many cities are property taxes. And ours is very low, and it's compounded by the fact that we have a lot of nonprofit properties throughout the city that don't pay property taxes, but obviously we're obligated to provide services to those properties. The next slide, please. And so it means that 94 cents of every property tax dollar really goes somewhere else to support other agencies like special districts and schools, but not the city. And so, you know, we really don't have a lot of ways to change the mechanism. And so we're left with finding other ways to reduce, which means that we have to adjust service levels or try to do cost recovery through fees, or be inventive and be enterprising by generating revenues in other ways. So it really kind of limits what we can do. The next slide is one of the other questions that we're getting a lot, and this is on staffing costs and labor. There's a perception, I think, that staffing costs are unusually high. What the city does is periodically we do salary surveys to just see where we are and how far in line we are with some of our comparable agencies. And this is a typical practice because we want to attract the best talent that we can afford. And our practice is really keeping pay within 5% of median of comparable cities. And it's not above, it's not below, but it's within that median range, essentially, to make sure that we're trying to get the best talent. And that's really the goal. And a cost of living adjustment is what this next chart is showing, essentially, does not really even keep pace with the cost of inflation. So that's somewhat of a little bit of a misconception, but it leaves us with having to essentially make it work with the staffing resources that we need and the job that we need to get done. Next slide. I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've already done, just to reiterate. Repetition is the key here, I think, in making sure that people are hearing the same things over and over again. So this is the way that we balance the budget for 26-27. We defunded about 29.5, approximately 30 positions, and we saved $3.5 million. And then another of general fund, and then another $1 million approximately of other special funds by defunding those positions for this year. Since 2019, we've had some department reductions and staffing resources and reductions. And I need to let you know that some departments have been impacted hugely. I mean, they've had some pretty big impacts. So since 2009, just to give you an idea, recreation is down in staffing about 72%. That's running. Sports center is down about 67%. Library is down 25%, and custodial services, the people that keep our environments clean and keep our restrooms clean and do the things to make us comfortable, we're down since 2019, 16%. On top of that, citywide operations and budgets have really been cut about 17% over the last 2 years. And we were able to get an infusion from NCIP of $3.5 million to help with our central operations. And that's how we closed the gap for this year. We also pursued several revenue measures, and some were successful, some were rejected by the voters. And we also have something that's coming up in November for Measure S that we will put it out to a vote to see what the community tells us on that one. But that's essentially how we were able to close the gap. I want to talk a little bit about the second step in this roadmap, which is to evaluate our service levels and really try to understand the community priorities. And that's something that we're currently working on now with the executive team and departments. We've had some discussions and we'll be getting to work in earnest. But from September to December, we'll be engaging not only our staff, but the community for input to talk a little bit about the services that mean the most to them. Not everything can be fully funded with the revenue that we receive. So we also want to talk a little bit about trade-offs. What does it mean essentially to have less resources and only enough money to provide services to the things that we can afford? So we'll be talking to residents. Along with that, like I said, we'll be going through our exercises with staff, reviewing staffing levels, adjusting service delivery models where appropriate, really to match our actual funding availability with our resources. Ultimately, all of that feedback from the community, from the staff recommendations, and everything will be presented to City Council for consideration. And we'll talk a little bit later about that timeline of when City Council will receive that. But we definitely want to cast a wide net. So anybody who has anything to comment on or provide input on will have that opportunity at one point or another through this process to talk to us about our budget. That next step is really about reducing the long-term cost. And we're going to definitely take a look at technological and operational efficiencies. Over the last couple of years, even prior to me, the city has taken steps to really try to modernize their systems. They've moved to renewable energy in certain circumstances. They've streamlined processes, optimized contracts, really looking at how do we save time and save money. We've come to the point, essentially, that there's not a whole lot more there, but we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to look for recommendations for efficiency, but the data is really clear that efficiency alone can't solve this problem. Mm-hmm. It is a portion of it, but it won't alone solve the problem. Are we in a different slide now? I'm sorry. We can go to not to the next slide yet. I didn't provide a slide for everyone. These are just major slides. This was just action taken to address the budget deficit. We only have a couple more slides, and we'll bring those up as we go to talk about those. The next element is revenue and responsible spending, really exploring and implementing revenue opportunities. We've done some things to talk about cost recovery and updating things. We also want to focus on partnerships. Is there volunteerism? Are there opportunities to partner with other agencies to provide services to us? Whether there be programming for youth or seniors or what have you. Are there opportunities to partner with them at a lower rate, at a lower cost, but still provide that service to the community? And then the long-term economic sustainability. In your report, you also have several of the revenue strategies that are underway that the City Council has discussed in the past, and we're working on those, and we'll provide a report early next year on where we are with those elements that are listed in your report. And some of the future options are going to require City Council direction and also community dialogue. And so we'll be presenting those to the City Council, and they're listed in your report. Some of them are listed in your report for direction. But we're looking also for strategies internally program pauses, service level adjustments, and things to really try to streamline some of our core functions like maintenance. Maintenance is something that is costly, but it's necessary. Are there ways to essentially streamline some of the costs within the maintenance function? And we can go to the next slide, Nat. Part of, throughout this entire plan and all of the navigation points, it's really about using community engagement as the glue. We really want to share, like I said, this clear information about the budget. We really want to cast a wide net for people who really want to talk to us about the budget, have their opportunities. We'll bring that to City Council along with our recommendations to put this puzzle together, essentially. And transparency is really the key. This is a list of engagement opportunities, and it's included also in your agenda report. And among them, we're going to be hosting 4 evening workshops, budget workshops, to talk about the budget, to answer questions, to talk about trade-offs, to talk about ideas, essentially, with the community. We'll also have what I'm calling budget brews. We're having coffee house drop-ins to provide information, but also provide that information, that informal kind of drop-in conversations at our local coffee shops around Monterey to get that kind of approach of meeting people where they are. In those meetings, the town hall meetings especially, we're going to be using various engagement tools, survey tools, interactive tools for the community to provide feedback on city services, like I said before earlier, weighing trade-offs, reacting to revenue ideas that the city has talked about, and then also sharing anything that we may have missed. What other things do we need to think about? And so there will be ample opportunity for people in either the 4 town hall meetings that are in person and the 1 virtual one for people that are not able to join us in person, and then all of the budget brews. Same message, with the goal of soliciting feedback and weighing in on our budget issues and also strategies that we've been talking about. The next step, essentially, and we can take that, we can leave that slide up. It's really to ensuring that we're delivering the sustainable budget. We're not just, again, solving just next year's problem. Really, the goal is designing a long-time financial plan so that we're not here again in 7-10 years, essentially. And obviously, that is going to mean living within our means. There are strategies we've been talking about just in identifying resources for proactive maintenance. Everybody knows that it's more expensive to fix stuff when it breaks as opposed to maintaining it. And the city has done a good job and utilize funding where available to do some of that proactive maintenance. There's just not enough of it. And so we're going to look at a strategy to try to fund some of that proactive maintenance, and also just the economic development, monitoring economic indicators closely, really understanding where are we sliding, where are we getting kind of the market drip, or are people, instead of visiting and spending their money in Monterey, are they going to surrounding cities? And how do we attract some of that back? There's an economic term in economic development, we call it leakage. And certain city, and most people know this, but if you have a big box, they don't look at jurisdictional boundaries, they look at a market area, right? And are there things that we can do and strategize about keeping our market share, keeping what comes to the city that would provide us revenue to provide services for the community? So we're going to keep an eye on that. and essentially just be very stringent about our expenditures. Let's really scrutinize some of the nice to haves to keep us on track. And that's going to be a task that, I'm really committed to keeping us on track. Once we get there, we're going to have to be really firm about keeping us there so that we don't revisit this in the next 5 to 7 years. Next steps, just in a nutshell, the community engagement period, like I said, all of the things we said we're going to do, casting a wide net, is going to run from September through December. Staff is developing right now some of our recommendations for City Council to consider to close the gap. And we're going to be doing that through January. We're going to come to Council to talk about priorities, some of the recommendations, February and March. That will feed into our normal budgeting process, which begins in April. We'll have discussions about that so we can align that next year's budget and our 5-year projection based on those budget workshops, the decisions that council will make after we've had feedback from the community about priorities, after our executive team has had a chance to really evaluate what can we really do and make sure we're taking care of our responsibilities, our core responsibilities for the city. And then the goal is to have an adopted budget, a 2027-28 budget in June of 2027. So that takes us through the process. And just in closing, this is really to provide some clarity to the roadmap and a process to really, and also bring the community into the conversation so that we're not talking in an echo chamber. We're getting some feedback from the community. You're getting your best work from staff, looking at the organization and what we have to do. Legally, there's some things we're mandated to do. There's some things we know are important to the community. Based on what we can afford, wrap that up and bring those as recommendations to City Council. And we believe that this is a path forward to stability. Again, not for just next year, but for the future. And we're confident with the council's leadership, with staff's analysis and community partnership, that we can bridge this gap. And so that's the end of my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions. And like I said, I have the support of my departments with me.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation, Dante. Opening up to the council for questions. We'll save it for discussion.
Yeah, save it for, later.
I did have one question that I was hoping that you could provide a little bit more information on. You were highlighting earlier some of the percentage decreases in staffing levels. There was one in particular I wanted to call out, which is the custodial cuts of 16%. Could you share a little bit about what staff has done in the interim to try to help address some of those issues and the potential for having to pay for overtime for the leftover custodial staff?
Well, I mean, that is an impact, right? And I think you have a really dedicated staff. I mean, I've only been a part of the team for 4 months, but something that's been impressed on me, just how dedicated people are and how long they stay. And I think staff is just doing what it takes to make it work, but it's not sustainable. And so over time, yes, we've had to use overtime for some of the employees, but there are going to be real impacts. And some of the real impacts are, well, we can no longer service some restrooms, right? And let's look at some of the restrooms where we have low traffic or what have you, and maybe those are only open certain times a day. That saves significant time for our custodial staff. But to your point, Mayor, I think your staff has been trying to do what it takes with limited resources, but again, it's not sustainable. And so the goal is really to look at what would it take to make that sustainable within what we can afford.
And I was hoping maybe for a little bit more for a public service announcement in regards to some of the action that's been taken regarding those bathrooms, just so that if people haven't seen it, they can have some awareness of it.
Yes, yes. And so we've closed some of our restrooms from the custodial, and if we can have Chris DeWhite come up and give us a little bit of a report on some of the restrooms that were closed because of budget issues and staffing issues.
Yeah, Chris White, General Service Superintendent, so oversee facilities maintenance both in the city and on the Presidio, as well as custodial staff in the city. So we have had reduced staff, and so we have closed 3 restrooms. San Carlos Beach restroom. That one was chosen particularly because 300 yards away, Coast Guard Pier has a restroom that is also full service and great hours. And so what we're trying to do is direct the public who's used to using those bathrooms to the other ones so the custodians don't have to maintain both facilities when they're in such close proximity. The second one is Larkin Park. That one has extremely low usage, especially during the week. So we've closed that one Monday through Friday. We also understand, though, that kids' birthday parties and events and things happen on the weekend. So we are maintaining those on Saturdays and Sundays. As well as behind first base, Lake El Estero, there's a bathroom. Not a lot of people know about that one. Not the one at Dennis the Menace. I'm a father, so I would not advocate to close that one. But the one behind the first base at that ball field behind a gate has also very low usage. And unfortunately, it also has the highest level of vandalism and other things that happen in that restroom. So that one is why that one was selected for us. So those 3 restrooms are the ones that we have closed for now with restrictions. Oh, and I will mention the one at the baseball field is also still open Saturdays and Sundays because there's a lot of events and ball games and such. So awesome. We're trying to recognize the impact to the public and do what we can.
Thank you for that. Thank you. That was the only question I had. So with that, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I will check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? I just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium for me here. I only see 2 takers. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, so we'll cut it off to the 2. I'll do a countdown for 5, 4, 3. I'm sorry. For folks on Zoom, I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 3 on Zoom. Are you doing public comment, or did you want to come up and say something else? You're putting your
no comment on
the bathrooms.
Yeah.
You're doing separate. As a staff or personal? Labor. Got it. Perfect. I just wanted to make sure. I was going to let you make your comment now. Thank you. All right. So we have 3 in the chamber. We have how many online? 2. Nat, how many? We have
3.
3 online. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. 3.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for doing such a good job. I'm looking forward to those brews out there, okay? And I'm running for City Council, so I just want to give you a little feedback is what I want to do. I've been out there talking to folks, and they are talking about the budget, and I think the way that you laid it out is a way to be able to communicate to the people and tell them about these brews that are coming up. I have a concern about our revenue. We've got Stahl Motor Company moving out next year. Sorry to remind us, but that's a lot of money in sales tax. So I'm just looking at the transition that we're in financially in the city, how we're going to build up that revenue, looking at downtown. You know, we have the Amazon coming in and a lot of people shopping online. So I'm just thinking about, okay, we want to cut. I want a revenue. Let's build it up. But I am concerned about that. I think they're talking a little bit about possibly putting in retail below and then building housing and so forth up above, which I think is a wonderful idea. I like that mixed use. So I just wanted to give you a little feedback. The people, some big pushback on the tax and even Measure S. So I'm trying to talk about that in a sensible way of moving forward, that it doesn't add an additional cost. It's already there. We're just extending it. So I just want to say thank you to the council for everything that you're doing and to just give you some feedback. People are, it's just that time where everything is, there's a lot of inflation. So anyhow, Vicki Norden, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So three items that were obviously not mentioned here were the vacancy, parking, and admissions taxes. Especially the vacancy taxes, I feel should be revisited here, because these are the residents that literally aren't here. They're not here to make a vote, to make a stay, and they're clogging up the housing a bit, and parking and admissions both go towards tourism the most. And then also, as I mentioned earlier, with congestion pricing, especially targeting Car Week. And then also commenting on the bathroom, the one at the skate park and Lake El Estero behind the baseball field, the local community members were very, very mad. They were very, very mad that they had to go all the way across to Dennis the Menace Park, especially that area. Houses, but keeps a lot of our homeless population there. So that would mean that population is now also entering into Dennis the Menace Park, and that is something that should be considered. Yes, it did have the highest amount of vandalism, but it was kept to that bathroom. And then beyond that, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. So now I'm here to speak on behalf of MEA. Just a reminder, I'm the MEA president. Just want to first say that we're in full support of the roadmap to resiliency, as well as Mr. Hall's plan. You'll find with MEA members that, we're ready. We're ready there to rise to the occasion, rise to the challenge. One thing we are concerned with, though, is that we still, and I said this at the last time I spoke on behalf of MEA, we are shouldering a larger majority of the frozen positions. So I just want to continue to remind that you all of that, and also that just because they were vacant doesn't mean they weren't necessary. A lot of those were very hard to fill. And so as we look going into the future, hope to maybe spread that out, understand why positions were vacant, which ones we can bring back from the frozen list, and really push forward. And then last thing, thank you for addressing head-on the perception that staff wages were the driving force for this. As you heard, 5% to median is a challenging number to hear. Obviously, we would like to see that higher as we expect top-tier performance and career professionals. But we understand the budget and the things that we are facing at this time. So just want to continue to remind council of those things, and we look forward to helping solve this together. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
All right, first hand raised. Tom, if you would, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Great conversation, good presentation. I have a question, kind of a request for a clarification for Dante. You had a slide that said achieve full cost recovery through fees. And that causes me to question, because in a previous meeting, I think, Nat, you said that the sports center is only paying, I forget the exact number, 65% of its way. So that would seem to kind of contradict that statement. And then, of course, the library, it doesn't collect enough fees to pay for itself. And then we've also had discussions about things like the EMS fee. And I understand all the difficulties with any of these fees, but I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that statement. And if I'm misunderstanding it, could you clarify that? Or if I am understanding it, maybe you could clarify it so that other people understand what you mean by that. Another general statement, kind of springboarding off of what Vicki just said, and that is that to me, our number one asset in Monterey is our environment. And I mean that in a multiplicity of ways. It's the natural environment, it's our historical environment, it's our nightlife environment, it's everything that people think of when they think of Monterey. And our downtown Alvarado Street is pretty threadbare. I think it was last revitalized in the 1970s, if memory serves me right. So I understand it's a super expensive proposition to be looking at, but I think to keep our place in the market of attracting visitors, we need to be looking at that and figuring out how are we competing with our neighboring cities and seeing if we can't develop or redevelop our downtown and revitalize that. So it's a good place for businesses and people to spend their money and of course the tax revenue. And one last thought, the more I've been diving into the local economy issues, I'm struck by how dominant healthcare is in our region. Healthcare has the largest payroll of any industry in our area. They bring in the most in terms of economic, whatever you want to call it, like the gross national product, but it's the city's gross city product, if you will. And I don't know that there's any ways that the city as a government can benefit by that. We've all heard that actually it's the opposite. They don't pay property tax, but it seems like we ought to be looking at ways to partner with them so that we could get a little bit of the benefit of that economically too. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you. We'll go on to the next caller, and that is Esther. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. That was a really good presentation. I wish that staff had had the time to do something like that before the primaries so that we would have been able to get that information into residents' hands and probably Measure D would have passed. First and foremost, we've got great staff across the board in every department. And the fact that they've been operating the way that they have, even as far back as COVID and since COVID, and we really haven't felt a change in the level of service is something to be commended and something to remind residents of when there is talk about cuts and when this, Monterey doesn't have a spending, a revenue problem, they have a spending problem. The people that are saying that are not following these council meetings as closely as some of us are. So this kind of information has to be put out more and more. But I want to caution the people who are running for council because they also have to be really sure on how they're presenting this because there is a significant amount of distortion and misinformation that I'm hearing about and from people who have been approached by candidates that are running. And they're just, these are facts. And by making it seem like this council and this staff isn't doing their jobs in a way that is causing this is not a fact. When you get into these details, those are the facts. I myself have had to explain to people who have made these general comments that have no basis in reality because they don't watch these council meetings. Those are the people that are going to be swallowing the falsehoods that are put out there. So it's really important for staff and everybody who does know the facts to repeat the facts accurately. I also want to say, again, Alvarado keeps talking about, people keep talking about revitalizing Alvarado. Guess what? Revitalizing means it's already been vitalized in the past. North Fremont has never been vitalized, let alone revitalized. So this is an asset over here. The fairgrounds brings in a ton of money, and that's all we have to offer on North Fremont at this point. So that absolutely needs to be a priority when we go forward, and that will bring in more revenue. So I would like to see the conversations go in that direction a little bit more, and not just stay to the silos of Cannery Road, downtown, the wharf, and whatnot. Thank you.
All right. And with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you for all those that provided some public comment here. I'm going to pass it to Dante real quick. There was one more. Oh, I apologize.
Yes, and we did also have The caller 902, I think Ms. Beatty, go ahead and please provide your public comment for 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is Nina Beatty. Thank you, Mr. Hall, for the presentation. One issue that Monterey County is pursuing is seeking reapportionment of property tax. Monterey should be getting and other cities should be getting far more than 6 cents out of every tax dollar. This is where we live. Property is where we live. So Monterey, the city should be getting it. And since Monterey County is seeking reapportionment, Monterey should join them. The problem of non-profit properties that don't pay taxes, it's really nice. It looks good on the city's resume, but it doesn't pay the bills. And so these properties, these organizations, it shouldn't be something the city should be seeking out because it doesn't work for us. The tax was rejected in part because, both taxes, in part because of trust. I talked with people and I said, I have issues with what the city's done, but the city has to be able to pay its bills. We don't want the city selling properties. And so despite problems in the past, trust problems in the past, you need to support the sales tax. You need to support this other tax. But this is an issue. For instance, Measure P&S. Cass Street still remains unpaved after years and years. People have been complaining about that for years, and people notice what the city doesn't do. So, I mean, I really think the city should bring both these taxes back to the voters, and some of us even should be, doing a better job of getting the word out of, look, the city needs to show up, and we need to show up. What happened with the lease agreement with the aquarium? This is I haven't heard anything about this. Admissions taxes, vacancy taxes, those are both important. These second and third homes are exacerbating our housing shortage and housing prices. There needs to be some sort of tax on the situation. I noticed the city did a new website recently. That cost money and staff time. It was totally unnecessary, and it's difficult to find things now. Also, you have a glossy quarterly focus magazine. Again, lots of staff time and probably money going into producing it. It's unnecessary. The custodial jobs are essential. These are community members, and this is important to retain. A shop local campaign would be great with coupons. And there's a really good case for boycotting Amazon. Monterey could take some sort of step in that direction. We need the sales tax here, and it's being siphoned off by that company. Programming. There used to be programs at the art museum. There used to be art classes and workshops. Where did those go? If they're happening, they're certainly not being advertised very clearly. I took a great line of cut workshop there years ago with a well-known local artist. It was a win-win in so many different ways. And the residents need to step up and make this community vibrant. Why does it have to be the city's responsibility to always do the programming? Monterey's Trojan horse is the military, especially the Navy. It is not Monterey's future. The Monterey Bay Defense Alliance figures aren't credible. They're biased and they lack the huge cost to this community. It is not Monterey's future. The Navy has been causing poor health, sleep problems, serious illnesses, including cancer and death, and that's increasing.
Your time
with
is up,
5G
Ms.
and
Beatty,
6G.
and thank you for your comments. That ends public comment for this item.
Okay. All right. And apologies, Ms. Beatty. I got ahead of myself there. I didn't intend to cut you off, so I'm glad that you were able to jump in with public comment there. Thank you to all those that provided public comment. I'm going to pass it to Dante here in a second. I think there was one question that came up for staff regarding the ability to achieve full cost recovery through fees, and the example came up of the sports center. I think there are certain instances, obviously, that don't make sense for full cost recovery, but my assumption is that your comment was related to where possible, that the full cost recovery is achieved through fee increases.
Right. It's where possible. And it's not unique to Monterey. In every city that I've been in, there are certain kind of community building, community wellness, operational things like parks and recreation and facilities that don't support themselves. And that's not unusual. Whenever you have a city that has a performing arts, bet you that it's not self-supporting. What it would do if we were to go for full cost recovery, it would take us out of the market for things like the sports center. People just wouldn't pay for the sports center and they just go to goals or some other place. So that's a factor when we're adjusting fees that we need to keep into consideration.
Thank you for that, Dante. I'm going to go ahead and kick us off on this one. And it kind of, I think, transitions well. I think there's an opportunity for us to create a space, maybe it's a FAQs or something on the website that allows us to be able to answer some of these questions that frequently come up, and that way we can reference people to it. And I think the Sports Center is a good example of that. I get that question all the time from folks. They don't understand why we don't do full cost recovery. That's how it passed. That's how it was sold when it was passed, was 75% cost recovery. But also the point that you just made, Dante, which is if we do full cost recovery, then we'll be out of market, right? So how do we stay competitive so that we can retain the level of revenue? So I think having some kind of FAQs for these types of vexing questions that continue to come up, I think would be really useful, just to kind of be a point of reference for folks that may be asking the question themselves, or that they're advocates of the city trying to help support us in this messaging and just need the resources. I wanted to touch on property tax. You brought that up in your presentation, Dante, and I think it's important to note what those nonprofits are, just to kind of contextualize that for folks. And I think a few individuals brought this up during public comment as far as Montage, largest employer in the city of Monterey, owns a lot of property, right? None of their properties we retain property tax for. The aquarium owns a lot of property in the city of Monterey, and also the military installations. So I just thought it was important to call that out. I think there's this other thing related to property tax. And Ms. Beatty was kind of getting to it in her comments earlier. Is there an appetite or a space for us to do advocacy around us getting a larger percentage? That seems like a uphill battle to climb. I don't know how far we would get in that, but I do think that there has been efforts and an opportunity for us to maybe do some advocacy around Prop 13. I know that's another big, scary thing, but I think that's a big part of our problem, and not just for cities and municipalities, but also for school districts. And so how are we funding local agencies at the levels that we need to? Prop 13, I think, is a big barrier to that. So I think having that conversation is important. I wanted to get to the conversation around COLA. So I think, yes, our goal has been plus or minus 5% of median. But to Chris's point, and it's funny that you brought it up because I had it in my notes, we should be thinking higher, right? If we want to stay competitive with recruitment and retention, that's essential. Now, obviously, that's a rub with I'm watching staff here make eye contact with each other. It's obviously a rub when we're having these really difficult conversations around balancing our budget. The concern that I have is if we don't address this in the right way, we're kicking the can down the road and we're only pushing the problem further down the field. The unfortunate thing about being in moments like this is it takes investment to make sure that we come up with these sustainable solutions. So just wanted to throw that out. It's a long-term investment and it creates efficiency, right? So if we're seeing people leave the city because they're getting recruited to go somewhere else, or we keep recruiting for positions and nobody's filling it, we're taxing HR, we're taxing our management team to have to do these recruitments, and we're losing that talent, that long-term talent that is beneficial for us in the city of Monterey. So investing in our people is essential. I wanted to lean into the conversation around community feedback. I've had some conversations with the city manager about this. One of the things that I really want to make sure that we're focused on as we're engaging in this effort of community engagement is not just doing a traditional communication methodology where we're having an event that we push information out and we expect people to arrive and that's how we receive feedback, because we're going to only receive feedback from the same people that we always hear from. We're going to hear feedback from them anyways. And this isn't to say that I want to hear from others at the expense of these people. It's just making sure that we listen to them on top of how do we open that aperture up from those folks that we tend not to hear from, right? So how are we being intentional around reaching out to groups and organizations in the community that represent those underrepresented groups? So I'm thinking things like renter community, communities of color, the disabled community, the LGBTQ community. How are we reaching out to these communities to make sure that their voice is somehow included in this feedback? There was, I want to speak to the downtown revitalization effort. Absolutely. This is in our draft economic development plan. I've been pushing it. Obviously, there's a lot going on in the city of Monterey. We can only do so much at one time. So I will continue to push that because I'm a big advocate for us doing something there. In fact, at our strategic planning discussion that the council had last year, a majority of the council had supported the idea of doing a pedestrian only Alvarado Street. I don't know if pedestrian only is the solution, but doing something in downtown to create some vibrancy. We're seeing things happening in PG. We're seeing what's happening in Seaside. We're seeing what's happening in Marina. When I first moved here 16 years ago, gosh, has it been? No, it hasn't been that long. Yes, it has. It's been that long. Yeah, 16 years ago. When my friends and I would like hit each other up to go hang out, we would say, let's meet in downtown. Everybody knew that that was downtown Monterey, regardless of where out in the peninsula that you lived. It's not the same anymore as it is today. I know that, anyways, there's a whole conversation to be had there, but I think that we need to create that space, particularly for younger generations to feel like they belong and it's part of their community as well. There was a couple other things brought up, and I'm not going to go into them all, but I'm just going to say I hear you, and let's continue to make it part of the conversation. And I also encourage the same folks to show up to these community engagement discussions so that there can be a deeper discussion around what the barriers might be to some of these, and maybe how can we learn more about your thoughts on them so that we can look at how we might be able to implement them. So what I'm hearing is vacancy tax, parking fee, admissions fee, congestion pricing. Those are the ones that I captured. I might have missed some, but I'm just saying, folks, stay engaged. So with that, I'll go ahead and open up to the rest of the council. Dr. Bar, do you want? See it?
Thank you, Dante and team, for the presentation. Very good details. And I agree with what our mayor has just shared. All good points. I think what I will also add is, as we're thinking about commercial corridors, also thinking about North Fremont, I think there's an opportunity here to, of course, not only focus on North Fremont, but all our business corridors, and not only for the purpose of inviting more commerce for visitors, but also for our residents, our communities that, and especially for North Fremont, who look for spaces where they can interact, where they can, visit with each other and create that cohesion in our neighborhood. So I think those corridors play a very specific role in our community, and it's worth exploring how, as we develop this strategy, how can we also put some attention on those corridors. And the last thing I'll also share is that I really enjoy the detail in the presentation, and I think it's a good foundation, a good roadmap. I'll be curious to learn more about the various things that were covered, but specifically the efficiencies, and I think even more specifically, how they relate to the variety of programming that we have in our city. It is important to create those efficiencies, but we also need to make sure that we're paying attention to the impact, right? That those efficiencies, many times with good intentions, might have a negative impact on our residents. And I have full confidence that our staff, our team, is paying attention to that. So I'm curious to see as they come before council what those efficiencies are. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, real quick. I did hear about the vacancy that was a vacancy tax that was mentioned. I know it's some legal, I guess, pieces that we're waiting to hear back from to see what that looks like as far as how that may impact us. That's one of the things we had talked about, and one of the things that was on the cards that we had done, that Nat had done a while back. And I believe Dante has that down as potential future actions. I know that was something that you had asked about. Also, the roadmap to resilience, great job. I know you have 1 through 6, and then you have September basically through July 2027. Is that basically what the roadmap would, and then about 6 we would be in July. I just want to be clear on that. I think all of that is great. I think the feedback, just like the mayor was talking about, is real important, of getting all voices, different diverse voices, to make sure that everybody's voice is being heard. Because you have a lot of working families that I know, and talking to a lot of people who are working families, they don't have time to get to some of these. So maybe having other avenues other than just a website where somebody has to actually physically go to the website, maybe even social media pieces that get pushed out, where they can be able to click a button and then it gets them into some other feedback piece where they could push in a feedback and it gets to your office somehow. Maybe another thing because of time for a lot of working families. And then I think for our more seasoned and elderly population, this works because a lot of times they like to go to the different gatherings anyway. But I think for young people and for a lot of working families, I think maybe something similar to not just a website type of piece, but something where they can be able to get on there, click, and then be able to put their feedback in as well. But other than that, I think this is going to be great. I love how you've taken time to look at the infrastructure fully and engage everyone, and how you're looking at the gaps and being able to look at it from different diverse directions and not just one. And I do appreciate the staff and what they've been doing and being able to hang in there with us. So don't give up on the staff. Hang in with us.
Who wants to go next?
I'm gonna.
Please.
I really appreciated something Vicki Nordren mentioned, 2 things, that publicizing the report you gave and getting it out to more people is critical. They really need to know what we've done, and it's nice and concise, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and they need to hear that more. And I agree with something Vicki said. Great to keep going out to various arenas and venues, and you had a list of 10 that I'd never even thought of, and that's because we do need various opinions. But the trouble I'm having, that the more you go out, I hope we can cure this, is I will hear one opinion, oh, keep the Coast Guard bathroom open, and then I'll hear one opinion, oh, you got to keep the conference center open, and then I'll have one opinion, you got to expand the library, and I never hear 5 people saying the same thing. So somehow we have to broaden that spectrum of outreach, like you're suggesting and get to the numbers that we need, where we're really hearing where a lot of our people want us to go, rather than just 1 or 2. So that, and the young man in the back, I think we ought to nominate him for economic development director. Okay? So, all right, thank you.
So a couple things, and great report. Thank you, Mr. Hall, that you've given the community, some things to ponder and some things to get educated about. And I think that's already been touched on, that this needs to go out high, low, and everywhere to the community, so that they see that you are working, you are going to give us options. They are going to be difficult decisions, but there are a lot of commonality things here that I believe that people are looking for. I want to answer a couple things on sales tax. I heard a lot about this last week after the enormously successful car sales, when folks are watching the show. Friday night had a $17 million car, $14 million car, $8 million car. Saturday night again, $17 million, $15 million, and it goes on. And I haven't heard the total, but I probably answered this question 15 times because a lot of folks said, well, gee, that solves the city of Monterey's problem. So one more time, the sales tax on a car purchase, if I go to Gilroy and buy a car in Gilroy, I pay the sales tax on that car and I register it. The sales tax comes to the county of Monterey and to the city of Monterey because of where I purchase my car. Where the car is registered is where the sales tax goes. So somebody who came up here from Los Angeles and paid $17 million for a car, that sales tax and registration does not land and benefit the city of Monterey. Unfortunately, that is the rules of the state of California and the vehicle code and the DMV. Now, we benefit by the fact that they go out to dinner, they go to our retail locations and buy all the things that they forgot to bring, and then they go out to fine dining and they stay in a hotel and they pay a tremendous rate for the nightly fee and the TOT, and they also pay for our advertising through our C Monterey, and they also pay for our conference center because we are taxing every room in the city of Monterey to pay for the $60 million bond that helped us remodel our city conference center. So the public doesn't put all of that together frequently. So we have to do a better job of explaining that it's all very much connected, and hospitality does exceptionally carry us through and is important. Now, once upon a time, we had fishing and military, a little bit of education, and some tourism. So what are we now? So we're military, we're education with CHOMP, a hospital and CSUMB and MIIS. We are service-oriented. We have the hospitality. Do we have an office supply store in Monterey? No. Do we have a hardware store? No. We're going to have one back at MS Hardware soon, but right now we are limited with the locations to purchase certain things. Now, the question of Amazon. If you purchase something with Amazon and I buy office supplies with Amazon and it's delivered to my home, I'm paying a sales tax on that product and we get a portion of that sales tax in the city of Monterey. So buy local, yes, but don't hate on purchases that you pay sales tax because we get some of that sales tax as well. So it's a complex economic piece. I'll go down memory lane. Many, many years ago, when I worked as a flatfoot downtown, going to all the bars and nightclubs, we had 9 nightclubs within walking distance of Alvarado. It was known as the Entertainment Center, and that was also on North Fremont, that was Cannery Row, and that was Lighthouse. Well, we got educated, and people stopped going out late and stopped drinking as much, and we are not that society anymore. But that doesn't mean that we can't have fun opportunities to do in Monterey. It just happens to be that they're not always going to be around getting drunk at 2 o'clock at night and hooking up with your friends and staying out way, way too late. We have a different town now, so we don't have the nightclub kind of town that we had before. The auto lot that is going to vacate is for sale, and my hope that that will be purchased by another auto dealership. And good luck with Mercedes being in Marina. I'm disappointed in the decision, but we still have a beautiful property that is well situated to be some new auto dealer who will be selling cars, and every time a Monterey resident buys a car there, we get the sales tax. So I am hopeful that that will recover quickly. Enough of that. I've got a couple suggestions. I'm wondering, is there a way that we should be looking at our business licensing that every nonprofit has to purchase? Now, some nonprofits sell things? And are we capturing the right amount in the business license if they sell a lot of things? So I don't know if there's something that we could do about adjusting the business license for nonprofits, but I'd like to drill down on that a little bit and look for some opportunities. I think that we should be discussing at some point a special district that is able to additionally fund their own projects for district improvements for downtown and North Fremont. I know our former city manager talked about trying to get something started there. I've heard some folks in the OMBA, Old Monterey Business Association, Downtown Alvarado Corridor, express some strong interest in having some type of a special district where we get focused on some kind of plans for revitalization. So I'd like to look at that in the future. I look forward to hearing from the public more at the times where we'll meet. I think that there's some solutions in the room. There's no lying about it. We have some challenges. And while I'm at it, you're going to have an opportunity to hear about another campaign that's very vital, and that's Measure S. Vicki, I know you mentioned it, and I'm talking to a lot of people, and I know the council is committed to go out to the public to educate our community so that the community learns how important it is to maintain and keep on the drive to keep our roads in great shape, not to go backwards, and not to go back to the time before we had Measure P, when our road was given a score, a report card of the low 50s. We're now at 79%, close to 80%, and we need to maintain our roads to be an attractive location to come, and I think the public expects it. So if anybody's hearing me tonight, if you're hearing me out there, I know we've got public works folks. I know you know how important it is. So my top priority is going to be Measure S in the next couple of months. So I hope everybody else will open the material and read and understand why it's so important that we have a renewal of Measure S. Because personally, I don't want to drive down Pacific Street like I used to drive down Pacific Street before we were at a 51% report card. So we deserve better. We deserve good roads. We deserve healthy storm system. We deserve the appropriate access to our handicap sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. And it starts with being able to have the funding through Measure S. So
we have to be a little bit careful. We're not advocating for.
I'm not. I'm just,
okay.
Yeah. Yep. But I'm saying call me if you. I'm saying call me. Call me if you're interested. That's all I have, Mayor.
Awesome. You started off by talking about the sales, and I just wanted to throw this out because it's interesting. From Car Week, the Monterey County Now, their daily news e-newsletter.
Wait, let me guess. 700 million.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. So in 2022, the auction companies totaled $471 million in sales combined. This year, the five houses racked up almost $748 million in sales. Gooding Christie's at Pebble Beach set a company record tallying $159 million. And the lot that topped the list was 1964 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe that banged at Gooding Christie's for $42.9 million, a record mark for an American car at auction. Yeah. So, and again, maybe not necessarily coming to the city of Monterey, but I did talk to Rob O'Keefe from C Monterey, and we don't have a final number yet, but it looks like we might, I think the estimate for previous year was 120 million. They were estimating that we'll probably be somewhere close to 200 million in total economic value in Car Week. So just throwing that out there as some figures, nice to have. I'm going to wrap this conversation up by saying, and I think it was when Gene was talking, it kind of highlighted this point. that often happens in this space is like people can easily come and say, don't touch my cherished system, don't touch this cherished program. So the problem here is that it's easy to point the finger and expect somebody else to solve the problem. What really is going to be the solution here, and the methodology that we're taking here in the city of Monterey, is that we need to do this together. It's all of us coming together, doing the hard work. So please join us in the discussion. Please provide your feedback. Don't tell us not just what you want, but tell us where you think we might be able to create some of these efficiencies. And that also requires to be educated a little bit about some of the limitations that people naturally assume might be easy things to be the solutions. So thank you all for engaging in the discussion. Thank you, Dante, for the work, and Nat for the work that's being done behind the scenes and the work yet to come. All righty. And with that, we're gonna go to 17 on the agenda. And I'm gonna ask that no action be taken on this. So 17 is Mayor Williamson's request to agendize a discussion regarding proposed council support for Prop 37, California Middle Class Home Ownership and Family Home Construction Act of 2026. So I'm going to ask for no action. So if council's okay with that, I'm just going to go out to public comment on this. All right, we'll open up for public comment. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nat? Nope. Okay. All right. With that, we will move on to council comments.
I'm going to pass.
Okay. And with that, we'll go to city manager reports.
No comments.
I'm just kidding. It was just like too much. It was too much passing going on. So I'm going to extend it out for a few minutes because it's not natural. With that, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.